Okay.
Αλλά μην έρθει ο Αντώνης νωρίτερα. Εντάξει, αν έρθει, θα περιμένει τώρα.
Μα είναι αυτός που ήταν χθες.
Αυτός ο ψηλός με το μελαχρινός, με το ξεσβημένο το κεφάλι.
Αν το θυμάμαι.
Ένας αδύνατος.
Όχι αυτός που ήταν χθες το πρωί κάτω στο εργαστήριο.
Όχι αυτός που το διοργάνωνε, αλλά πρέπει να ήταν στο εργαστήριο.
Μάλιστα, καλά λέει.
Και αυτός Έλληνας.
Ωραία.
Τους έχει μαζέψει όλους ο Γιαννακάκης. Κάνουμε καλή δουλειά.
Πόσοι παρακολουθούσαν live streaming, έχετε ιδέα?
Όχι, γιατί δεν έβλεπα το Zoom. Καθόλου.
Δεν είναι ακριβό αυτό το μικρό.
20.
Μόνο.
Δεν ήταν, ναι.
Φαίνεται επαγγελματικό.
Απλώς είναι πιο, ξέρεις, έχει το τρίποδο και τα λοιπά.
Ναι, αυτοβολικό. Και το μαραπέτι μπροστά γιατί το έχει.
Είναι και καλά άμα κάνει κανένα, ξέρεις, αυτό που φτύνεις, ας πούμε. Ναι. Πιο πολύ για το εφέ είναι παρά... Πήρα και χειριστήριο, ξέρεις, για να περνάς τα slides.
Α, είχα τέτοιο εσύ.
Ναι.
Έχω μήπως τέτοια κάτω να σας φέρω. Το έχω στο γραφείο.
Το έχω κάτω.
Α, ωραία.
Είπα, ξέρεις, θα πάρω ένα πακετάκι για τα επόμενα συνέντευξη.
Αυτοί που δεν ήρθαν θα επιστραφούν τα χρήματα, εντάξει.
Λοιπόν, εξ αποστάσεως. Και είναι μερικοί οι οποίοι κάνανε πλήρες registration, γιατί θα παρουσιάζανε όπως αυτός κάτω. Και είπαν ότι δεν θα έρθουν να το είχαν πει.
Εντάξει, φαντάζομαι τα καλή ότι το πανεπιστημίο της εκεί είναι πιο πολλά, δεν είναι όπως το πανεπιστήμιο.
Εννοείται, πλάκα κάνεις. Κοίταξε, εγώ νομίζω ότι ένα συνέδριο στα 2 χρόνια θα μπορούσε ο ΕΛΚΕ με τα λεφτά των προγραμμάτων.
Ακριβώς. Αυτό είναι το τραγικό.
Εντάξει. Πρέπει δηλαδή και εμείς να το διεκδικήσουμε.
Κοίταξε, εγώ είδα τον Αντιπρίδενη προχθές και του είπα κάτι για το εργαστήριο που θέλω για κάποια προγράμματα. Του λέω, κοίταξε, δεν είναι δυνατόν, ας πούμε, τόσα λεφτά φέρω να μιλήσουμε τον εξοπλισμό. Ναι, λέει, να μιλήσουμε με τον, πώς το λένε, ένας κονσιός. Ακριβώς. Είναι κάποια απλά πράγματα, ρε. Το μεταξύ, χθες σκεφτόμουν, πήγα για ύπνο, έχω αφήσει όλα τα παράθυρα ανοιχτά, αλλά έχει τέτοιο, δεν μπαίνει βροχή μέσα. Λέω, πώς βρέξει και τέτοιο.
Όχι, αλλά τώρα μου παραπονιόνται αυτός παντάξει να πούμε και
για τη
φασαρία. Επειδή είναι ο δρόμος.
Τότε θα το κλείσω τώρα.
Λέω, ναι, η ζέστη θα έχει η φασαρία.
Εντάξει, όλα τα έχουμε.
Όλα, ναι.
Ο Κλήμς ασχολείται με αυτό. Εντάξει, το ενδιαφέρεται. Αλλά δεν υπάρχει τέτοιο γάμο. Δεν υπάρχει προϋπολογισμό στο τμήμα.
Κατάλαβα. Στον ΕΛΚΕ. Ο ΕΛΚΕ παίρνει, ας πούμε, παίρνει 100 ευρώ από εμάς. Ας γυρίσει τα 30, να μας πει πόσα χρειάζεται, ας πούμε, για συμβασιούχους. Και τα υπόλοιπα να τα δίνει. Να δίνουμε μια υποτροφία στα παιδιά, να πηγαίνουν τα παιδιά.
Ακριβώς, γι' αυτό είναι. Κάποια απλά πράγματα.
Εγώ δεν λέω να τα παίρνουμε από μέση ή δευτερογωτία.
Εδώ δεν είχαν εργαστήριο. Και τώρα το εργαστήριο κάτω είδες πώς είναι.
Ναι.
Τόσα χρόνια το πανεπιστήμιο.
Εντάξει, γιατί δεν τους ενδιαφέρει. Επειδή είναι...
Τώρα θα δεις, θα αρχίσουν οι καταλήψεις τώρα, θα δεις.
Έχεις δίκιο.
Θα γελάσω.
Και εκεί τι κάνεις, ας πούμε.
Τι κάνεις.
Παίρνει από εμάς το τμήμα να πάω στο
Ό,τι κάνεις, χθες βλέπαμε τον άλλο να γράψει στον τοίχο. Τι κάνεις, τίποτα δεν κάνεις. Την άλλη φορά είχα δει κάποια παιδιά, όταν πρώτο είχα έρθει, ήμουν έτσι, του λέω ρε παιδιά, τι κάνετε. Δεν να σου πω πώς έκρυψες. Ακριβώς εδώ κάτω. Ξέρεις, το συρίγο εδώ το προπάσω στο ξύλο. Πάω στους φύλακες την πρώτη φορά, σου λέω αυτό και αυτό. Λέει τι να κάνω, θα μου σπάσουν τα μάξι. Κατάλαβε.
Τι να κάνει, εσύ, άμα είναι ένας ο
φύλακας και άλλοι είναι 10. Θέλω να σου πω, δηλαδή μιλάμε για τέτοιο τώρα. Γιατί άσυλο μιλάνε για τέτοιο ενάντια στην αστυνομία και τέτοιο. Δεν το καταλαβαίνω. Φυσικά.
Για να τσακώνονται οι πολιτικοί.
Όλα τα γραφεία τα έχουν σπάσει. Έχουν πάρει ένα γιο δημιουργούνται σε ένα μάκεντο κάτω από το εργαστήριο, το είχαμε πάρει που ήταν διευθυντής, το κλέψανε. Σε όλα τα γραφεία. Κωνσταντοπούλου που δεν ξέρει ο Γιάννης, μαζί με τον Γιάννη. Τη σπάσει το γραφείο, μπήκανε μέσα. Παντού έχουν υπάρχει. Γι' αυτά δεν μιλάμε.
Τις πόρτες έπρεπε να τις ποτίσουμε εμείς. Σαν τμήμα, σαν σχολή, δεν ξέρω τι. Δηλαδή δεν πρόκειται κανείς να έρθει να ασχοληθεί να σου βάλει πόρτα.
Κοίταξε, εγώ το έλεγα κάτω για το εργαστήριο τώρα που βάλανε παρατάξεις κάτω. Τρία γραφεία παρατάξεων, εκεί που σου έλεγα. Και μου λένε να το σπάσουν. Μου λένε να βάλουμε τέτοιο, είπα και στο Αντώνη, μου λέει άμα είναι τέτοιο, λέει, σιδερένια πόρτα, τότε δεν θα γλιτώσει κάτι, λέει, γιατί θα σκεφτούν ότι είναι κάτι πολύτιμο. Αλλά δεν ισχύει νομίζω αυτό. Άμα δεν μπορεί να την παραβιάσει την πόρτα. Δεν ξέρω. Αυτός είναι ο μιλητής κάτω. Α, όχι εσείς. Έχει πρόβλημα.
Μόνο το password.
Εγώ έχω γράψει όλα. Έχω ένα password και όλα τα passwords.
Μου ρε, επειδή ξέρεις, θα το έβαζα δεξιά και αριστερά και το zoom.
Έχεις πληρώσει συνδρομή στο Zoom?
Πήρα από ένα μήνα. 3 πακέτα ένα μήνα.
Και πόσο πάει?
Τίποτα, 20 ευρώ. Δεν είναι τίποτα. Εντάξει. Θα τα πάρω αυτά πίσω. Δεν είναι.
Α, ναι, αυτό έλειπε τώρα.
Ναι, αλλά με ζαλίσανε. Εγώ γι' αυτό ήθελα τη κομμάτι για να κάνει το.
Και αυτοί δεν ξανάρθαν, έτσι.
Όχι,
Τα στήσανε. Μάλιστα.
Εντάξει. Αυτό δουλεύει. Το κάτω δεν δουλεύει.
Success.
When you finally remember your password after the fourth time or something.
Is that the computer where to load our slides onto, or is that it?
No, this one. So I've started the Zoom meeting. Okay.
And for the camera, is it better to be sitting or standing, do you think?
I don't think that's really better because set up even if you sit down.
For Zoom, it's better, I think, if you they sit in front of the computer. Or let's check.
Ah, yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Perhaps we put a bit backwards.
Yeah, adjust the grid back a bit.
Yes.
Okay.
But you'll also be sharing your slides, right?
That's true.
So the window for the speaker will be quite narrow.
Okay,
But the live stream has a better view. Check this computer. That's the YouTube stream.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Yes.
So this is the microphone for the room.
It's quite wide view on that.
Okay, okay.
This is a microphone for Zoom.
Yeah.
For,
This is my comment.
remote. The best way to direct sound from Zoom to the AV system would be to do something like this. Keep it close, because there's no connection between the laptop and the AV system.
Luckily, we don't have audio.
Do you have remote participants in your session?
No.
Then it's okay. Yeah. This is mostly for sessions with hybrid presentations. I think that's it. We'll be downstairs in case you need anything.
Okay. Load our PDF up.
To get all the answers. But on this one,
So our presentation needs to be on this one then.
Yeah.
Okay.
no, yo voy a vestir.
Record.
I believe this one. Oh, first try too. Just gonna minimize this for a second. There. And then if we,
Maybe at some point you can change the username for the Zoom window.
Yeah, we have
oh, there we go. There's presenter mode there.
The arrow key.
No. Still. Single page there. There we go.
Okay. Hold on.
Oops. Ah, sorry. Escape. How do I get out of this? Oh, there we go.
Come out from the
Single page. That's the side one. There's the down one. Yeah.
στο διεύθυνο.
Ναι, πως και έχουμε περιφερεια που μοιάζουν με ατάρι.
Αυτό είναι effect videos, of course.
I love that picture, Paul. That's so awesome. My side. Potato stone. Amazing. There we go.
Nice and we'll talk.
That's good. Yes. Escape. Get out of here.
Maybe F11 works Chrome.
Oop. Nope, that just does the light. Oh, there we go. There we go.
Oh,
Oh,
that's probably
probably.
Paul.
It's created.
Oh,
So I stone. It's
here, so I'll let you do it. I'm just gonna take this.
Just
There we go. That break your computer ever. John, I'll be right back.
Okay.
You're fine.
Πώς το φτιάχνω, γιατί φαίνεται ότι πάει λίγο προς τα πίσω, βλέπεις πώς ιστόν είναι.
Ναι,
Τι είναι αυτό,
αυτό κάνει αυτό το πράγμα.
1-0. Το
Λογικά στο μηδέν πρέπει να δει.
0 και 0. Απλά δεν είναι. Πώς είναι άγχος, πάλι.
Μόνο το πάνω κάτω αν χωρίς το.
Keystone image settings. Δεν είναι Keystone. Composition. Το volume παίζει από το τέτοιο. Όχι, στο pooling.
Πάω κάτω.
Έρχομαι. Έλα, Κώστα. Έρχομαι.
But we do well.
What do you think, Katie? Should we be sitting down or standing up?
I don't know, you can almost swap.
Yeah, I guess I can't get to the arrow keys from standing position. So perhaps it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, I don't think it matters too much, so whatever you're looking for.
Swear this microphone is lightsaber size though.
Yeah, that's a quite the microphone. I'm not off script. I tried so much last night. So I'm gonna be using my notes. At least we get a nice read.
That's true.
Oh, I'm so just with this presentation.
Your call is our call, or if it's just a coincidence. Paul, is that you?
It sounded like it.
Paul, it's John. Can you hear me? Just put it on mute. Yeah, the settings still turned on. Probably. Oh. Hi, Paul. Sorry, I just put you on mute since we're getting a bit of noise here on this end. Thanks for joining to watch. Hello.
Do you have a moment to chat?
What's the thing?
Do you have a moment?
Sure.
Are you the person presenting or are you running this session?
I'm the person presenting.
Oh, okay. Because I was wanting to check it to see if my presentation loaded,
Okay.
but
Well, just, yeah, apparently this is the computer we're supposed to think of.
Gotcha. So the, whoever the host is or what have you isn't here yet?
No, they were just setting up the computer.
I see.
We got the run.
There is a panel on right now, so there might be other panel.
That's true. Three USB.
One of you chairing it? This one? Are you
No.
chairing? Okay, I think I'm chairing this.
Okay.
I wasn't completely sure anymore.
Well,
It's the first session already. Second session.
Okay. So, okay, it doesn't seem to be recognizing the USB.
He's using the port right there.
Oh, there it is. There we go. Ooh, the loud ding ding ding. I recognize the icons at least.
Oh my god, you have a calculator watch. That is very retro.
Are you presenting with a PowerPoint or?
We were using PDF.
Wait, are you chairing? Are you chairing the room? Yeah. Oh, you're doing a great job. No, I mean,
Appreciate it. So press the present button. Not good. Don't want to sign in.
I mean, if you tell us you're logging in with password, we can sign in for you.
I suppose. Yeah, I'm just gonna see if this. Oh wait, is that the present button or? Oh, that might not be. That's the share button, I think. This is the present button. There we go. Okay, so it's unnecessary. I just whenever I'm ready to click this. I don't have any audio, so that's good. And off to the races. I think that's the eject button. Ah, it's in use. Stop being in use.
oh, you're working with Josh.
Yeah. Are you?
He's been busy on the Discord.
Wait, I haven't too. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Right. Try to familiarize myself.
Yeah, they got the Zoom running already.
Okay, that's very good, because I wouldn't know the password. So, what I'm very interested in is
John, do you know if I give this link to like my dad, will he be able to join the Zoom?
Yeah, because actually the Paul here is our co-author from the West Coast.
Okay. Yeah.
I'd love to know if there's a way to let people automatically approve them to come in.
Oh,
Because I've been seeing it in the last presentation, there's constantly some popping up, right?
true.
And usually it kind of gives this moment in every presenter of kind of short confusion.
I think it's a meeting configuration. I don't know. Change it.
Do you happen to know how you get there?
Try the green check in the top left. In the top left.
Blue?
Yeah. Click that. Go to security settings overview.
Uh-huh.
Well, it tells you everything, but it doesn't allow you to change everything.
Only authenticated users can join.
Well, that's
Authenticated by who?
I imagine it's just like, oh, they're over HTTPS, or not over HTTPS, but they have a valid Zoom account.
Yeah.
My assumption.
Some authenticated and some not.
Yes, I know your name is JUL, but I never remember the last bit.
This is good.
Julie.
Yeah, this is
I was about to call you Juliet, but.
Dutch people struggle with it, so they already had my name in all the possible way.
You want to say? I asked that after I probably said that.
Your presentation is already on?
It is, yes. Actually, PDF.
You put it on the desktop or where do you put it?
think it's actually PDF slower than you just click on the bottom.
Oh, it's already a thing.
The top one.
Up to-
I'm Kate.
Okay, with the masks, I was like,
Yeah.
isn't we have them?
No, that's okay.
Oh, yeah, so are you the
Yeah.
Katie? Okay.
Yeah. So we're gonna be co-presenting.
Oh, nice. Oh, that, should have done that. I guess some stress off my head with the other person, you know.
Exactly.
Okay, so she feels it's a difficult question.
Yeah.
I'll make sure to ask for John Aycock. You know, here's the difficult question.
Well, seeing that we're the only two papers, that means we get 30 minutes, correct, each?
I think so.
Perfect.
I've been told that also there might be another person
Oh.
that is kind of managed into it because
Oh,
they
yeah,
couldn't make it.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, exactly.
That's great.
But I think it doesn't seem like we have to be very, very careful with time.
So sorry, there is another person or there isn't?
There might be, I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's, okay.
So I want to be very careful. I'm sitting here right now because someone asked me, can you chair? This is the extent of what I know.
Okay.
You're doing a good job. So.
Thank you so much. I've prepared all my.
Makes you one university. It's a nice topic.
Oh, thank you.
Hello,
I'll take
chat.
I'll take one.
On behalf of the
Can check
designer.
you.
Yeah, it's because
Mark.
we look at our main building at our campus, we have these, what we call.
Sounds like you
clock
can.
And we have these four.
Yeah,
pillars. So it's designed based on architectural features, yeah. And then our teaching philosophy reflects that, so we have four institutional pillars. Which I can't remember, but thanks, yeah.
Of course.
So just so you know, there's not much happening quite yet. We're waiting for more people to join.
It's actually nice because
And
we
next
started
time I'm
off
going to mute
many,
myself.
many years ago.
before we
Well,
before we
before I
start the
started
session.
there as a college,
See you in a
like
bit.
community college, and then in the 2000s became a university.
Camera to do.
So we got.
European question, what is the difference?
So colleges don't confer degrees.
Ah,
You can
okay.
get diplomas or certificates. A university can grant degrees. So we got degree granting status, so we now have like a bachelor of arts, bachelor of science, bachelor of commerce, nursing, like full gamut of
But a
different.
diploma is just a bachelor's or?
It is not even a bachelor's. It's kind of in between, like, high school or secondary.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so for example, like you can get a diploma in accounting,
Ah, okay, got it,
right?
yeah.
So, yeah, or you could get like a diploma in social work or.
This one, this one, this one.
So this is the interesting, so my university, we are classified, so John's University in the State of Calgary has, graduate programs. Ours is an undergraduate institution. So we only have undergraduate programs.
university.
Yeah, so we're an undergraduate university. So we have
Okay.
no graduate programs, only bachelor level programs.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, we're a similar division, but like
Yeah.
it's not really us. Doesn't really fit that.
and so you're from Quebec?
No, the Netherlands.
Oh, then
We have the Hogeschool, basically. They still confer bachelors in our case,
Oh, okay.
but they are
Oh, yeah, there we
more,
go. Screen.
will be like accounting.
Yeah, more kind of specialized,
And
yeah.
because they're the.
Yeah, like what we call professional degrees. Yeah,
And they don't really have a master, so.
yeah. So yes, that's when we got the new logo. We used to have, it was very tacky beforehand. The colors were atrocious. Now we're nice burgundy.
It's a good occasion though, like to have a new logo.
Yeah.
That's also the thing, I think our university cannot change the logo
Even if you wanted to.
You will never. Like, we have lectures about this is why our logo, it's not really logo, they
Yeah.
just try to describe something that is there.
Yeah.
I think it might also start a little bit later because it took a little bit longer in the session, in the panel discussion downstairs.
Marcelo, are you sharing the whole screen or are you just sharing the PowerPoint for the?
I'm sharing at the moment the whole screen.
Okay.
Just
Okay,
because
that's-
usually it feels a bit easier in case people do something.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think recording, like setting up stuff, there could always be a better way to do it. At the moment, I don't know enough of the technology here to attempt
Oh,
it.
yeah, I believe,
I would also love to get this noise out, but
maybe it'll go away when we actually start speaking in the microphone, or
I doubt it can.
I don't think it does.
yep.
I think it's the channels that it's fed through. So I think this, I don't hear the microphone over there, I just hear it over here.
Huh.
So it might be that, however the AV is set up.
No. It could also be one of the many other microphones that
That's
are
true too.
macro. I don't know.
I just start unplugging things.
It just kind of gives me a slight PTSD from teaching in hybrid times. The amount of technology / microphone / camera.
So I learned after the fact during online teaching,
Mhm.
that when I open and close screens on my computer, I go like, boop. And I didn't realize it until.
Oh, you mean like your own
Yeah, like I
self
actually make
monitor?
noise, like I go like, boop, boop.
Yeah.
And I just, like, without thinking, because when I was recording, there's
Yeah.
no one around, right? So I would just like make noises, and then I didn't realize it until one of my students pointed out, I was like, Dr. Bittner, do you know, like, you make robot noises when you record lectures? And I was like, no, I didn't know that, thank you.
He's not professor.
Yeah.
I think that was one of the more, I think, humorous and human sides of the pandemic, that you got to see a lot of the small everyday things of people. That was quite nice, actually.
Yeah, well, that's what my students said, they're like, oh, no, don't stop doing
Yeah,
it,
don't
it's
stop
it's
it,
hilarious,
exactly.
they're like, yeah.
I was reading actually now an article that on apparently on TikTok, which there are the Gen Z that is making fun now of millennials recording,
Yeah.
because we have
Yeah,
some
the millennial second.
the millennial pause that it's
Oh,
like,
millennial pause, yes.
hello.
Yeah.
Hi, hello.
It's gonna be a very small set.
Welcome, welcome.
No questions, open comments.
So I think, like, since we have a bit more time in the session, do you guys want to wait a little bit until maybe more people fill in? I'd say let's give it 5 minutes, just to give people time to arrive.
The panel just ended.
Yeah.
Would whoever is presenting have to admit people to the waiting room? Or-
Yes, that is me.
Okay.
I
Or just
would
like
love
once
to-
the presentation actually starts, is that also,
Sorry.
once the presentations actually start, that might also be a concern?
Yeah, the thing is, I would love to know if there's a way to have people admit automatically. Otherwise, at the moment, I'm just going to be here with the site trying to kind of take care of that for the presenters. But so far, it has been the case the last couple of days, or like yesterday, that it kind of pops up throughout.
But I guess soon, so like I think you can change the settings.
I just don't know where.
Yeah, we didn't use Zoom so much, right?
Yeah, no, it's not my program. One of the many others.
It's nobody's problem.
No, but I mean, sometimes you just kind of have to.
That needs to be set up like early on.
Yeah.
I don't know if it can be changed.
You cannot change it after the no.
Lots of flexibility in setting it up.
We can
Then
just
you're
quickly
done.
write a. We could just quickly write a script though that kind of automatically recognizes. And
Quite quickly.
I mean, we have 2 minutes. Is the Python there? Actually, it's-
No.
Excuse me, I have to install Emacs first.
No, but it's only C++.
Whoa. Wow, that is actually fascinating. That is quite cool. Also weird.
On Windows, you have to go to the Windows Store. We still find it?
What does it get from the Windows Store?
Oh my
Does it
God,
get
they told my
Python?
students off for 3 years.
Sorry?
I don't think you have anything.
I was like, just on the Python model.
I mean, I'm not actually gonna do it, right?
I recently learned that Windows stuff about Windows' weird alias curl.
Yeah.
It doesn't have curl, but
Yeah.
they created a like weird functionality that almost looks like it works like
So people
curl.
expect it.
Is it called with curl? It's called curl. So you can type in like curl calculator and it'll open the calculator app for some reason.
It's incompatible.
Yeah, but it doesn't have
Yes, I will
it
fix it.
doesn't have
It
curl,
won't work.
but you can type it.
I don't need to
and
make a big
run
graphic.
certain commands with it.
So I think you two are the first presenters.
Yes, we are, yes.
Who else is presenting in this session? Okay, why of course, you put it on already, and that's it actually. Unless you will hear more. I mean, to be quite honest, I'm expecting someone to tell me if there's still another person joining, but we'll see. Okay,
Maybe someone will come running in like, I'm ready to present.
yeah. Okay, I'm going to start the recording. You don't hear, right? Let me just start.
Recording in progress.
All right. And we are also going to. There we go. All right. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us in this session so early in the morning. In this first session, how is actually the title of the entire session called, if someone knows? That is in the section of
Second.
Game design and player experience.
There we
game
go.
design and player experience. Yeah, the co-session would have been. So if anyone is here for humanities, that is in a different room. All right, our first presentation is the sincerest form of flattery, large-scale analysis of code reuse in Atari 2600 games. Take it away.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is John Aycock, my colleague, Dr. Katie Goodman. And thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. Charles Caleb Colton, the Reverend Charles Caleb Colton, was actually apparently not that good at the whole church thing, but in 1837, he published a book. And in that book, he has a number of aphorisms, and one of these was that imitation is the sincerest of flattery. What we now know is that Caleb was able to foretell the future, and in particular, what he was talking about is early video games and their tendency to be derivative and direct knockoffs of one another. But when we think about derivative games, usually what we're talking about is the gameplay and the look and feel of a game. But what about what's happening in the game code itself? So what about what's happening in the game's implementation? And specifically, what I'm talking about here is code reuse, where we find code present in one game that is also present in another. Now, of course, code reuse is. Okay. So now, of course, code reuse is rampant. You have sites like GitHub and Stack Overflow. We're good now? Yay. So we have sites like GitHub and Stack Overflow. Don't worry, maybe we aren't. Maybe I'm statically charged. So we have sites like GitHub and Stack Overflow. And so code reuse is big now, but you have to remember that it's just static. Okay. So you have to remember that information flowed very, very differently in the 1970s and 1980s. So if you were a programmer, you would have perhaps reference. You would have perhaps some colleagues that you would share tips and secrets with. maybe, you would peek at your competitor's code by reverse engineering some of it. But surely, if there is code reuse going on, we should be able to find evidence of that. And what we're focusing on here is an early game console, the Atari 2600, which I'm sure you're familiar with. It was first produced in 1977 and was. Okay. Well, I mean, if I turn off the microphone, it stops.
Oh, really? Okay.
I don't know if that's helpful.
What microphone is hooked into Zoom? Perhaps you could just speak loudly and then.
Yeah.
I mean, Zoom will probably hear me regardless. It's
Yeah.
just,
Would you want to try to just talk loudly?
is it okay without the microphone? Okay. Okay. Okay,
I don't
so.
have speakers, though. It's really.
I would love to, but I have no idea how to turn
Yeah,
it on.
sorry.
Okay, so Atari 2600, first produced 1977 and was in production for an absurdly long time. So the final versions of it were still produced until the early 1990s. And what we did was we gathered together a corpus of nearly 2,000 Atari 2600 games. So these are cartridge ROM images, so binary images of code. We don't have source code. And we asked ourselves a question, how can we find instances of code reuse at this scale using these binary images? Well, what we did is we took each one of these binary images and we pre-processed it once using an Atari-specific disassembler that we built. And out of this process, we get a JSON file for each game, which most importantly has what we refer to as bad code, which stands for binary abstracted disassembly. The idea behind this bad code is that we're trying to retain all the things that are likely to remain the same across instances of code reuse and throw away the things that are likely to change when code is reused. So in other words, what we're trying to do is we're trying to strike a balance between false positives where our system might say, oh, there's some code reuse here when there really isn't, and false negatives where it might miss interesting examples. Taking then all our JSON files and their bad code, what we do is we pick a representative set of ROMs because in our corpus, we actually have multiple variants of some games. So for instance, maybe there's a PAL and an NTSC version, or maybe there's multiple different development versions of the game. And, 10 games of My Littlest Pony are not going to tell you an awful lot more than one instance of it. So what we do is we go through and we pick a representative set of ROMs and winnow down what it is we're looking at. And then we go through that and look for matching code of a certain minimum length. And here, for reasons that we explained in the paper, we've chosen a length of n equals 15. And then finally, our search results, we can feed into a variety of analysis programs. And we get results. So in our corpus, we actually found over 26,000 cases of code matches. And when we examined which of those were actually unique, we still ended up with 3,200, so more than we would want to go through manually. And what we did is we took the top 25 most frequent code matches, and what we found that was surprising was that those top 25 were really just variants of 2 routines. And today I'm going to tell you the story of one of them, HR Calc. What you're seeing here is one of the instances of code reuse that our system found. On the left, you will see a code excerpt, some assembly code from the game Entombed, and on the right, some assembly code from the game Towering Inferno. And what's being highlighted here are the differences between the two. While it looks like there's a lot of highlighting, what's happened is you're seeing the fact that the memory addresses have shifted as the code has been reused, but the actual code sequences are exactly the same. And this is a pseudo-random number generator. And there is actually a link between Entombed and Towering Inferno. They were both produced by the same third-party company called Western Technologies. And so in some respects, it makes sense that this would be reused. What is perhaps more surprising is this result that our system found. And again, we have Entombed on the left, and on the right, we have an excerpt from the game Pitfall, which was produced not by Western Technologies, but by Activision. And if we look within Activision's games, what we find is that that exact same sequence from Pitfall is reused in some other games. And on the right, you see River Raid by Carol Shaw. And this is particularly important because Carol Shaw's papers got donated to the Strong National Museum of Play. And what that means is that we can see the original source code form of this. This is HR color, completely commented. Now, to understand how code can be reused both within a company as well as between different companies, we are going to turn to the story of our co-author, Paul Allen Newell. Now, Newell was a developer at Western Technologies and other places, and he produced Atari 2600 games as well as games for other platforms back at that time. And what he's able to give us is not just oral history, though, because, how shall I put it? Well, it's a bit of a pack rat. And he saved, among other things, printouts, as well as an entire sheaf of 8-inch floppy disks from which we had all the data extracted. And what you're seeing here in the bottom is you're seeing a commemorative plaque for the publication of the game Entombed, and his name is etched on that. And what you have to understand is that as a third-party developer for the Atari 2600, what you were working with is no documentation and no developer kit, because Atari was of the opinion that there should be no third-party developers for the Atari 2600. And so they did not share information, which means that your first job, if you wanted to produce a game for the Atari 2600, was that you needed to reverse engineer the console. Which at Western Technologies, they succeeded in doing, obviously, because they produced games for the 2600. And internally, what they did is they produced a document which captured all of what they knew about how to program this device. If you were to take out a screwdriver and crack open an Atari 2600, what you would find is that there is an awful lot of nothing inside. There's really like 3 chips of any import in there, and 2 of them are basically commodity chips. In other words, you could find documentation for them. What you couldn't find documentation for was that 3rd chip. It was a proprietary Atari chip which handled the graphics, the audio. Kind of important to know if you want to write games for this machine. So how might you go about this if you were trying to reverse engineer this? Well, what you might do is you might take an existing game. So say Warren Robinette's Adventure, produced by Atari, and you might dump the contents of the ROMs, and you might disassemble it to see what the code was doing. Or maybe if you were feeling experimental, what you might do is you might take that disassembly and prepare it to reassemble and experiment with. And maybe even start annotating it as you're going through and doing your experiments. And that is exactly what we found in Paul's artifacts. So this is adventure code after it had been dumped, disassembled, prepped for reassembly, and they had started annotating it. And naturally, you might expect that some of this code you find might make its way into your own production. And what you're seeing here is an excerpt of the near final source code for the game Entombed. And this is, in fact, what Activision called HR color that I showed you earlier. Except here, in the Western Technologies version, this routine is referred to as Activision. But what we also see is, we see some of their internal practices on display. And if you notice the comment on the right-hand side, it refers to the routine from the book. So clearly they had some internal repository of information to draw upon for producing these games. And Activision code aside, you can see that even for internal code within the company, they had this practice. And here at the top, we have the pseudorandom number generator that I showed you, common between Entombed and Towering Inferno. And that and other examples show us that they had a repository of assembler files and documentation. And so as a programmer, when you needed these common routines, you could simply go and grab them and include them in your game. But what I do want to stress is that primarily what we found reused is what you might think of as infrastructure codes. In other words, the low-level bits and pieces that you would need in order to make things happen in really any game. But I mean, is this normal? Is this a common thing that humans do with their technology? Let's ask an archaeologist, shall we?
Thanks, John. So John and I have been collaborating on several papers over the last few years under what in archaeology we've come to refer to as archaeogaming, the archaeology in and of video games. And so in our previous work, what we've been able to demonstrate is how archaeological and importantly anthropological theoretical approaches to the study of technology and to the analysis and interpretation of artifacts allows us to gain insights into the behavioral and cultural dynamics that shape the games that have been developed and the games that we play. So theoretically, what this means is that we approach code as an artifact, and specifically a kind of artifact that we refer to as a tool, again, via this framework of studies of technological organization. Now, through this approach, we seek to understand not just how code is generated, used, and subject of this paper reused, but also the underlying decisions that are being made by the developers during the process of game implementation. What archaeological studies of technological organization have taught us is that indeed, and I saw many nodding heads, is that reuse is not specific to game technologies. Indeed, reuse is not only an expected practice within any technology, but the archaeological record demonstrates reuse quite consistently. Now, what do we know about reuse then in technologies? Well, it occurs when there is a shift in either the user or the activity of use for an object, right? So some familiar examples of reuse that we see, of course, in our contemporary society include things like recycling, right? Where we take an old item or old raw material and transform or remanufacture it into a new item. Or we can also have something we call lateral cycling, where an unmodified older item is used in a different activity. So I see these represented, or I've represented these here in terms of a recycled product versus the reuse of tissue paper rolls in order to manage all those cords that we all seem to procure over the course of our lifetime, and of course hesitate to throw out just in case we might need at some point in the future. So what is reuse then? Well, it's a simple, effective, and widespread method conserving, or that allows us to conserve resources. Resources including not just time and our effort, but raw materials as well. So again, in these examples, we can see how raw material conservation in particular is emphasized. No new, or at least few new materials are introduced, but we see some variation in the time and effort required to modify this original item to its new function or form. Now, again, going back to the archaeological record, approaches to the study of technologies, we know that there are two main strategies that account for the reuse of tools, getting back to the subject of our paper here. And we refer to these as curation and expediency. So the critical variation, or variable, sorry, that distinguishes curation from expediency is whether or not there is the advanced preparation of the raw materials in anticipation of inadequate conditions for preparation at the time and place of use. So essentially, is there an understanding that there's going to be inadequate, again, raw materials, time, and or energy facilities in order to transform a raw material into a usable tool or not. So in general, the more energy that is expended in the acquisition and manufacturing of a tool, the more likely a tool is to be curated. And I've illustrated this with an Estwing rock hammer on my right, on your left here. So curation then anticipates the need for materials and tools. On the other hand, expediency anticipates the presence of sufficient materials and the absence of time stress at the point or place of tool use. And I've represented that here with this, what John calls the potato stone here. And this represents an expedient variation of a hammer. Essentially, at the time and place of use, a stone of sufficient hardness that fits nicely into the palm of the hand can be used and applied as a hammer. Now, both are effective at performing the same function of a hammer, but there are clear differences, of course, in terms of when and how they are made, used, and importantly for the context of this paper, reuse, right? We can see that one is more likely to retain their Estwing hammer than they are a hammer stone. However, we have to remember that classifying a technology as curated or as expedient is simply an oversimplification. And indeed, my example, if there's other archaeologists in the room, would be cringing at my use of a hammerstone, because we know in the past, in antiquity, hammerstones indeed were curated by those individuals. Once you find the perfect stone, why are you going to leave it behind? The energy and effort required in carrying it around with you is indeed worth the energy and effort put into procuring a new stone to perform the same function. But what do curation and expediency have to do with code reuse? Well, code is a tool, but also a raw material. So we consider the context of game design and production during the period of creation for the corpus of games we've studied. We see how code reuse is indeed part of a curated strategy, one developed in response to conditions where raw materials, i.e. code, are sparse and inadequate time is available for the production of new tools. Code was initially a sparse raw material simply because it was part of an emerging or emergent technology. Programmers, developers had to use what resources were available to them at the time. As many in the audience know, writing code by hand for the Atari 2600 must have been an intensive and expensive process in terms of time, energy, and cost. And so reusing code, of course, increases efficiency. Reducing time and effort costs are also, of course, preferred over generating quote unquote new code that would serve a same or similar function. Later reuse then would also be driven not by scarcity or concerns around lack of raw material, but rather other technological constraints, as the conditions that initially created that scarcity condition had been eliminated, i.e. as we get a growing corpus of code to draw upon, and of course increased reference materials and knowledge bases around code use. It's also important and I go into this further in the paper, but I just want to highlight one of this here, the role of design considerations in explaining code reuse. So design considerations are the variables of utility that condition the form of tools. So the only one that I'm going to address here for the sake of time is that of reliability. And this is relevant specifically to the code example that John gave you before, the maze algorithm and the random number generator that came to us from Entombed, and that was the work, the product of our co-author, Paul. So reliability, of course, is a familiar concept to most of us. It's particularly useful for establishing curation as underlying game production and code reuse. Now, the criteria for identifying reliable tools includes good craftsmanship, hats off to you, Paul, excellent work, and certainly the code selected for reuse in our corpus of games is demonstratably reliable in that it consistently achieves the desired outcomes in its initial use, and of course, importantly, prior to its inclusion in new games. So Paul's maze algorithm, again, is an excellent example of reliability, and demonstrated in our previous paper on Entombed, the labor and time costs in generating code to produce a random maze consistently, and one that was actually playable by the players was quite extensive. So reusing this code then in subsequent games where a randomly generated maze was required makes just simply a lot of sense. So to conclude then, what can we say? Well, first and foremost, we have to remember that games are human-created artifacts. And that being the case, we would expect to see human practices like code reuse at play in games implementation, even when games themselves don't look very much the same. Much of the reused code that we've shown here today and that are present more fully or developed more fully in our paper wouldn't have these effects that are visibly apparent to the player. However, with the right tools, we can look for evidence of these practices at scale across large corpuses of games. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bringing to the audience. Any questions? Take it. Feel free to manage who you want to give the audit to.
We'll start with this.
So in archaeology, there's like this concept of the object biography, where you kind of like write into the life cycle of an object. Do you think you could write like an object biography of code? I'm just thinking about as you doing a presentation.
Absolutely, for sure.
As a short reminder, would you
Yeah, I'll repeat the question.
a brief summary just?
So the question was, in archaeology, one of our common practices is to write an object biography. So the question was, could we write an object biography for code? And certainly we can, and actually in our R2 paper, we attempt to do that, especially using the extensive documentation that Paul provided to us. And we also incorporated a bit of ethnography as well by including Paul's perspective, his voice very largely and prominently in it. So yeah, writing a life history, a biography of code is something that archaeology can certainly bring into these interdisciplinary projects.
Thanks for the presentation. Can you talk a bit about the infrastructure code that you mentioned that the majority of the invitation that was there was infrastructure?
So the question relates to just expanding upon John's earlier points relating to the infrastructure code that he mentioned as our example.
Yeah, so this would have been stuff. So the two excerpts that I showed you, so the HR calc was actually an incredibly clever way of doing division and remainder by 15, which we can talk about the details offline, but basically it was necessary for that console for various reasons. We also found some code reused, which had to do with the very specific real-time programming that you needed for the system. So if you wanted a wide sprite, for instance, there was only a few ways that you could actually go about and accomplish this. And so that was, in fact, the other commonly reused code excerpts that we found was code to basically pound that custom chip in just the right way to produce that effect. And so these are the sorts of things that we're talking about, whereby if you're making any game, you were likely to want some of these features. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. There were more. Yes,
So nowadays, if we make a game, we would use an engine and we would use libraries. How common were engines and libraries when Atari 2600 games were being produced?
The question is, how common were engines and libraries during the Atari 2600 days? It kind of depends on your platform. So for the 2600, there was basically no leeway, and you were very much doing real-time programming, and it's been referred to as racing the beam, because what you had to do as an assembly programmer was you had to count cycles and make sure that you were setting up the appropriate things in the registers before the electron beam swept across and rendered the line. And you had to do this as a programmer for each and every line displayed on the screen. So there was basically no latitude for overhead for a generic engine to run, or for that matter, enough space to have, say extensive libraries. And so what we're seeing is much more bespoke code, and so the instances of code reuse in some ways stand out more here than they might in potentially some other systems which had a bit more slack time and space.
So you mentioned that one way that developers could learn the platform was by reverse engineering existing games. I'm wondering if you ran into any cases where maybe a game was manufactured by basically modifying an existing game.
Do we find cases where a game was manufactured by just, shall I say, stealing an existing game? Would that be fair?
Yes.
Yes, there are a number of instances of that, which is another reason why that filtering process is kind of important, because like if you have a game that's been rebundled, maybe even legitimately, so rebranded. So for instance, maybe Sears had one version of the game and Atari published a separate version of the game. So that may be a legitimate case of that, but there were some, shall we say, dodgy publishers, and so yes, you'll find some very suspicious instances of reuse. But one of the difficult things though is demonstrating intent, and so that's why, for instance, getting the threshold correct is important. So how long do these code sequences have to be before you say, okay, we're definitely in the territory of code reuse, as opposed to just this being the only way that there was to do something. So that's why that threshold is important. That's why having some manual analysis of the results after the fact is also important, I would say. Any other questions?
As far as the diversity of games are concerned in the console, like how diverse were the games? Like, were they all about like just moving a character, like former sort of stuff?
So the question is, how diverse were the games? I mean, in some sense, you could argue that most of the game genres that we enjoy now have their roots in this early era. And so, yes, you'll find a wide variety of games, from strategic things to educational games to obviously action games. And in fact, adventure was Warren Robinette's attempt at trying to convey the excitement of a text adventure game in graphical form, or certain values of excitement.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
On to the second presentation in the session, and also the last presentation in this session. And I think you already put it here.
Yep.
Here you go.
It's the, do you know?
Do you want to try the microphone, or should we try?
Let's try it. Let's try it.
Okay.
But I'm not confident. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Again, if it gets too noisy at some point, just feel free to turn it off.
That makes sense.
All right.
Get my speaker next to. All right, hello everyone. So my name is Katab Gandhi. Today we're going to be talking about game elements that can encourage reflection, specifically in the context of mass market games. These are games designed to be, produced by large teams, commercialized, etc. And by game elements, I mean, game mechanics, the NPCs, the aesthetics of the game, kind of a catch-all phrase for everything. But yeah, so before we get into the meat of the topic itself, a little bit of background. So this paper was inspired by discussion around philosophical games, which invite players to think philosophically within and about their game worlds. Philosophical games don't necessarily have to be designed as such. In fact, Vaughan de Mossalier, a name that I probably mispronounced, and Guarini argue that philosophical games are seen as philosophical when the player thinks about the designer. So it's more about this abstract idea of the implied designer rather than the real designer themselves. Now, while this game is there it goes. So while this paper was inspired by the discussion around philosophical games, I think it actually fits better into the literature around reflective games, games that encourage reflection. Fleck and Fitzpatrick lay out a variety of levels of reflection, ranging all the way from just remembering something that happened, all the way to incorporating it into your worldviews, thinking about its larger social and ethical implications. And past literature has shown that games are very powerful tools for fostering lower levels of reflection, which I don't find entirely surprising. I don't imagine everyone has an existential crisis after playing, any random video game. Though there have been instances of higher levels of reflection encouraged by games. Come on. So the reflection fostered by games is usually, or not usually, but is often fostered by emotional challenge. Players feel loss, a sense of responsibility in their games, and these negative emotions prime them to reflect because our brains naturally don't want to learn. It's a lot of cognitive effort and we avoid it implicitly. And so being in stressful situation kind of primes your brain that, oh, this is something I should learn from. And as much as the emotional challenges are important, the space around these challenges is just as important. You need time to actually do the reflection after an emotional challenge. And you also need time to recuperate, to relax a little bit. So this slide contains a variety of design recommendations from the background. For time's sake, I'm not going to get into each of these points. However, I'm more than happy to come back to this slide during the Q&A session. So background over, let's talk about the paper itself. So we asked players about games that they felt philosophical to them, games that attempted to have a deeper message. We received about 140 responses, unfortunately from primarily young Western men. That's something I'll talk about a little bit more in the limitations section. So we used a technique called thematic analysis in order to understand these responses. This allowed us to come to 4 themes. The first regarding basic game elements, even ones that aren't necessarily directly related to a message a game might be presenting. The idea of intellectual exploration, how games can relate to player identity, and the idea of pacing and how messages should be built up. These themes, I don't really consider them like a fully fleshed out design framework. If you're familiar with the idea of game design lenses, then maybe they could be thought of as game design lenses, but I think it would take more work to be considered a true framework. So yeah, let's get into the themes themselves. The first theme is about just like very basic elements, even including again elements that aren't directly related. Sorry for the heavy slide. This theme has a lot of subpoints, so let's go through them one by one. The first is, just the idea of generally making your game engaging. A game that is boring and put down by a player can't make them reflect, but a game where the player is very engaged with the NPCs, where they're interested in what the game has to say, will cause players to metaphorically listen to what a game has to say. Also, I'm realizing that I'm often saying, oh, what a game has to say. To be clear, I'm talking in metaphor. Not every game is explicitly filled with a message, but all of them have some sort of implicit message. The second subpoint is that the aesthetics and tone contribute. Games that are extremely difficult naturally lead to discussions on, perseverance and achievement, whereas games that might be slower will relate to ideas of taking life slowly or something. The third subpoint, mechanics can act as a metaphor. I have a couple of examples that I'm going to drop for time's sake, but one interesting bit about this subpoint is that whenever players found a mechanic that they felt like acted as a metaphor, they almost seemed proud when they were discussing it, like, oh, cool, I found this. And I think that's just like interesting how designers can put these kind of mechanics as metaphors in, partially to make players think unconsciously, but partially also as a little aha moment when players realize what the designer was doing. And finally, meta-narrative, fourth wall breaks can make players think about games as artifacts unto themselves, make them think about, oh, why am I playing this game? What are the game's implications in the larger social context and such? This theme relates to intellectual exploration, the idea that games can bring up different viewpoints, and not only bring them up, but let players live through them, let players see how those viewpoints affect the world around them and the game world. So games allow you to play as people from different cultures than yourselves. If you're neurotypical, they may allow you to play as a neurodivergent character. And games can actually respond to the philosophies you might choose to live by. If you play as a very radical character, You might see NPCs reacting negatively or positively to, your crazy views or what have you. And it's a little bit blocked by the auto text generation. But what's said there at the bottom is that players dislike when their agency was refused. Players absolutely hated when games forced them into a very binary, non-nuanced choice. They hated when games punished them for a choice they didn't really feel like they made. And they hated when games said, like, oh yeah, you made the choice, let's have an unnuanced, like, good, you did it, congratulations, or bad, without like truly talking about the ramifications of that choice. The next theme, where are my speaker notes? Relating the message to the player increases its power. I was kind of expecting players to come in and say like, oh yeah, I related with games, or I relate with the games that I play. But what I was expecting was very direct, ideas, like, someone saying, oh, the character in this game, their father died, and it reminded me of when my father died and the emotions and the feelings I had during that. But what we actually got with this survey was not direct relation to games, but a little, oh, I didn't move the slide. Not direct relation to games, but this more abstract idea. Participant 65 had this excellent discussion on Gathering Sky, which is a game in which you play as a bird flying in a flock. You sometimes have to handle natural disasters with that flock, or you might lose that flock. And participant 65 talked about how it made them think about their own loneliness, the people they care about, and those kinds of ideas of isolation. I presume that participant 65 was not a bird. But this idea showed up often, where even if you didn't directly have the experiences of the character, the abstract things that a character were going through still brought up the ideas that you might be working through or what have you. And then the final theme, respect the player's intelligence with subtle messages. Players found it a bit unfortunate when games were very subtle with their themes. There are a lot of games, for example, the Dark Souls series, that's famous for having, lore and messages that are kind of locked away, hidden from the primary game path. But players said this was like a little sad, oh no. But players really hated the exact opposite. Players hated when games were very blunt with their messages, when they, just outright said like, oh yes, this is the wrong thing to do, or this is correct. What kind of was a sweet spot was more subtle nudges. There are some games that have quotes by famous philosophers that you might see in a loading screen or such, or maybe NPCs that, say, oh, hey, what you did hurt me, but never actually like outright say, ah, yes, you should act in this way and by this ideology. Sorry. Okay, so I want to go back through these themes and discuss them a little bit more. This section is not directly what the player said, it's a little bit more of my opinion, so apologies if you disagree, I'm more than happy to discuss them a bit more. So game elements that surround the message, support the message. Sikart in abusive game design, Khaled in reflective game design, and even the keynote yesterday about game transgressions, they all kind of argue about subverting basic game elements and basic game design ideas. When I was reading through the survey results, that actually kind of made me think to pull back from that a little bit. That yes, subverting basic game elements can lead to interesting novel games, but you still need a basic foundation, a basic engaging foundation that players still enjoy, and then off of that you can start subverting elements and such. It kind of made me think that the best way to do this is for a designer to understand these elements so thoroughly that they know which elements are still necessary to keep in and which are, I guess, open for subversion and to what extent they should subvert. So games enable the intellectual exploration of various perspectives. In real life, we don't often get the opportunity to see whether the decision we made was the correct one, and even if we do, it might be years later or something. But games allow you to make a decision and then see within hours or sometimes even minutes of gameplay whether the decision you made was the correct one. And this is, in my opinion, a sort of power fantasy that's akin to the normal power fantasy that's typically talked about in game studies, which is, I can swing like Spider-Man and I can throw cars around. Survey respondents seem to enjoy this sort of intellectual power fantasy, this validation of being correct, or sometimes even the criticism of being wrong, just as much as they appreciated the typical power fantasy in as it's discussed in other sorts of games. Relating the message to the player increases its power. I apologize, I'm about to say the most cliche thing ever. Know your audience. Limit your audience if you think it's too broad for you to reasonably design around. But understand the things that your audience wants to experience, the emotions they want to work through, and build experiences that don't have to directly relate to them, but can more abstractly relate to the maybe concerns that they have about their lives and such. And finally, respect the player's intelligence with subtle messages slowly built. Trust your players. There's a bit of a way in which you can, or a bit of a way in which you might be tempted to put, very overt statements about what your game is, in fears that maybe players may not understand the message and such. And in a way that kind of sacrifices the message of your game. As the survey respondents showed, it frustrates players who do understand these subtler messages. Games are often 40 hours long. You have plenty of time to build these messages up, and and ideally your players will understand these more subtle messages. So, in summary, when did players reflect? What game elements caused players to reflect? Players reflected when they were given an opportunity to intellectually explore ideas that related to them. And players reflected when they thought about the designer, when they thought about the mechanics that the designer was putting together, then they thought about the game aesthetics that the game was presenting. They appreciated this implied conversation with the designer they were thinking of, as long as that designer did not come off as condescending or preachy. And now the slide I dread, limitations. I found the demographics unfortunate. I deeply regret not posting this survey to perhaps forums around minorities in games or women in games. I think it's obvious how that skews the results. More specifically, one of the themes was how relation to a player's identity affects the ways in which they, relate to the game and the ways in which they view the game. And so it's reasonable to say that minority identities would likely have, and minority in the sense of represented in what is known as like the stereotypical like game space. It would make sense that minority identities would have a lot to say in how they related to games and such. So I think that's a clear point for future work. The other major limitation is that mass market games is a very broad term. It kind of includes in this paper indie games made by maybe 3 people versus a large game made by 1,000 people with $1 million of budget. And this paper kind of steamrolled them both into one idea, but there's definitely a lot of affordances given by each development team and such, and more work could be done in that. There are a lot more limitations, but those are a bit nuanced, and I talk about them in the paper itself. So, thank you to the various survey respondents. Thank you to the people who gave advice and feedback. And thank you to SlidesGo, who gave me the PowerPoint template that I used here. So, now to questions.
Thank you. First question.
You mentioned levels of.
Sorry, no, I thought it was behind you, but then first you and then behind you, I think, yeah.
You mentioned like levels of reflection, like lower levels of reflection, like more like perspective changing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you have some examples of like the latter ones? Like games?
Yeah, in terms of, I'm trying to think of respondents in my survey who had these deeper levels of reflection. Off the top of my head, I can't remember any. And quite, yeah, I don't believe there were at the highest levels, as in like I played this game and it completely changed my worldview. And so in a way, this kind of corroborates past work showing that, you know, games are very common in supporting these lower levels of reflection. Again, I don't actually think that's a negative. I think that, you know, if you played a game and it just completely changed your worldview, I mean, I want to hear about that game. And I think that lower levels of reflection are very important to prime people. This is my personal opinion, but to prime people for later having those deeper reflections.
Hi. I thought that in particular the idea that you brought up, the intellectual power fantasy, is really interesting. And I wonder if, like in a lot of these games, there's perhaps a distinction that can be made between the intellectual power fantasy of essentially playing through recognizable recognizable ideas that are either bound to genre or bound to previous games. So you play a game and look like, oh, okay, yeah, great power, great responsibility, the responsibility to one versus the sacrificing one for the many. You know, all kind of these recognizable, essentially, like thought tropes, and like how, and particularly in terms of the survey, like how people would recognize those tropes and went, oh yeah, I thought a thought because I fell into this well-worn groove. And what I thought was particularly interesting too was that the other point that you brought up about, for example, like some of these other kind of thinkers in this space, like Picard, and how a lot of the times that the approach that designers take, particularly designers that try to operate in the space, is perhaps to try to subvert or bust out of those thought tropes, right? And even I think for people in this room, as scholars, we recognize those ideas that are like the sort of mainstream thinking ideas. I tend to be drawn or tend to be attracted towards the ones that are more different, but perhaps those from an audience perspective are ones that don't get recognized as being the ideas that they would remember and play. So my question was whether you saw kind of a reconciliation between those two spaces, or is there a way to shift I guess mainstream gamers from essentially thought tropes into, for lack of a better word, kind of I guess more sophisticated forms of reflection, or more kind of divergent forms of reflection?
So just a very short summary. So can you shift the reflection from mass market to, can you reflect about mass market games? Maybe the very short way of summarizing it.
Yeah, and I actually realized that I didn't summarize the last question, which was simply, did survey respondents have higher levels of reflection, to which I answered kind of not really. Yeah, so that question, there's a lot of nuance. So as I understand it, you're asking that there are common thought patterns that game designers will put into their games just because, well, they're common. So of course, game designers are going to have them. And how can we shift away from these? How can we shift game designers and game players away from these common thought patterns? Have I captured your question, I suppose?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So this isn't directly answering your question, I don't think, but one thing that I saw a lot was this dichotomy between the mass marketability of a game and the amount that it could subvert, the amount that it could subvert, the amount that it could have more radical ideas presented. And I think that when these two things clash, they clash in a very extreme way. I think the fact that The Last of Us 2 had not even radical ideas, but just ideas that were slightly out of the mainstream for a lot of people, and yet it was a game that was marketed very heavily towards the stereotypical gamer, meant that, and that caused a lot of frustration. Just that very simple moving out. And so, in a lot of ways, I almost want to say that this question is beyond my pay grade. That in order for a game to be very mass marketable, it does seem that to an extent it has to give up being very radical, almost in a negative way, to like appease to publishers and appease to the things of mass marketability. Which is why I kind of brought up that while Sikart and Khaled's design approaches are very useful, mass market designers do need to remember that to create a base level of engagement. If your game is on a base level very engaging, very interesting, and has some elements that cause players to reflect, I think that's better than nothing. And I hate that I'm kind of encouraging that acquiescence, but I didn't see many games that respondents talked about that were simultaneously extremely out of the norm and, to my knowledge, extremely well selling. Another thing is that you can kind of prime players to understand what they're getting into. For example, you might like Doki Doki Literature has trigger warnings at the beginning, and other games just use subtler methods to indicate that this game is not going to be a simple, relaxing experience. You could also subvert that. Spec Ops: The Line very intentionally does not have trigger warnings or does not tell you what you're getting into, and then it hits you with the bus. So yeah, I apologize that like that answer probably wasn't as well thought out as I'd like it to be, but I think that's a very, very complex conversation that's tough to have in the short time I have to answer questions. Julio or Julio?
Have you noticed any design elements that somehow could, I don't know, I could imagine avatar creation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you identify more, maybe you can think about more, that help to, process this kind of reflection or relation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As a short summary.
Oh, great. Julio or Julio? Sorry. Julio, sorry. Asked about more specific examples of elements that were used. I almost want to answer the question with all of them. With 140 responses, there were basically every aspect of games were brought up. I think some of the more common ones were how the non-player characters reacted to the ways in which players acted. For example, a player might have a certain approach, and then a non-player character would say like, "Oh, this is how that approach, harmed me and such." What other game elements? We had one respondent who said the UI for the game was so bad that they put it down. So that is only one respondent, but I thought the response was funny enough to bring up. I think I would need to refer to the original paper that has a lot more like bullet pointed discussion of like, oh yeah, this was brought up, to answer that question properly. Are there any questions in the chat?
I don't think so. I checked before.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think we can also move the questions and discussion also into the coffee break that we're going to have now. I think it will be very interesting. Please, everyone, give him a hand.
Thank you all for coming up this morning, and to those of us in different time zones, thank you all for coming even earlier in the morning.
Thank you. Let me get started. I don't know. You told me you think this one or the next one? Yeah, give me 1 second.
I know what you're doing, but maybe the next person. I know what you need because everybody has very limited. I'm gonna talk to you. Maybe it's my.
Yeah, no, I know. Put it like in this corner somewhere. Yeah. So I don't know how much. I have no idea. But to a certain extent, the program will sometimes start talking almost like a language as well. To what extent can you draw way is that something? So the question is then kind of like certain patterns emerge, like certain phrases that you're saying, reading, is a certain way of expressing certain ideas in some kind of way, which is not necessarily seen like architecture, rather like the way of doing things, the way of expressing things, which would be more akin to how language develops rather than how it
Yeah, it's interesting actually, because we're kind of around kind of like. Yeah, and so I don't have an answer for you, but it's definitely something that's like kind of relevant to some of the other ways we do that. So,
yeah, I'm just kind of curious because
Yeah.
a lot of people that do very much of each other, and I feel like at least with modern programming languages, never touch assembly, but like, with more modern programming languages, you can almost tell how people think, so you can see how they think.
Exactly.
And I'm wondering to a certain extent, is in the case with is the language complex enough that you can start seeing it? And it's no longer a pattern of passing on tool, but rather, oh, this is a way of how it actually stores text on like a trace of sorts. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about our work with Yao.
Quite.
Right, I was thinking about that right away, so what you did with the document created that. Some commonalities in terms of how languages being used in things that were being used by this tool, right? And yeah, there's like some very specific patterns, but also it's still constraints that are enforced by the nature of text-based imagery. So, yeah. But there's something almost like cognitive, like when I think of language and archaeologists, is like what we call mental templates, right?
Exactly.
There's certain ways that we think that people, and I wonder if maybe some of our work with Bill Shaw and archival materials as well. Yeah, just think almost like fingerprinting ways that an individual might have and how that may be manifested in focus games.
I just find it curious because also people quickly go to the page for of course, versus colleagues talking about English. It's all in the positive frame of using it, like no good that brings some co-op with the use of negative, maybe more usage. Yeah, just I don't know. On the one hand, it's generating practices that we are not common. You take the value versus, yeah, they use more areas. I think that's a complicated one. I'm going back to this theory because somewhere between the architect and fault. Oh, perfect.
Take the mic, yeah. It's a challenge to take the microphone speaking through one and the computer speaking through other, and so because the computer is static, you're getting like,
Well, it's just
actually,
kind of
in
horrible.
spaces, I should say, then you're getting static coming from the speaker.
It's also just kind of hard because I haven't used Windows in a while. Wow.
So let's say we can now stop the class. But we can do like, this one is more reliable.
Which one?
I did it yesterday, so yesterday I was sharing here. So you turn it on by doing this. Okay? And you talk. And this doesn't crack. And
Yes,
this is
yeah.
good.
Okay.
So you can use this one.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
when you get people, you invite people to talk. This one is goes in. Right?
Yeah. This one is the one that is actually going to zoom right.
You do something. I do something like this, and you regulate the values. Hello, Dodi, I can see you. So you regulate the value, you get them to speak.
Oh, she didn't hear you before.
Okay, yeah. Hi, Dodi, I can see you while we're setting up for the upcoming session. So there's going to be nothing for 30 more minutes. So it's good that you're here, but yeah, nothing good. Ciao. So like this, actually, you could have her speak and see. I mean, everybody has their own, right? It comes out from somewhere around here. Maybe you can have it if you can talk. Dodi, we're testing the volume. So if you could say something from.
She's going there.
Okay. Cool. So what do we do? Dodi, can you hear us? Why would you say?
I will keep it 4 minutes.
And
There's
then-
nothing for half an hour.
Okay.
And then, yeah, half an hour.
Good. Never
Like
mind.
participants is 1 is possible.
Anyway, so I would just say like you do some small talk and say like, hey, how's it going? Like, have you been like, 15 minutes, blah, blah, blah. In the meantime, you can regulate it. You can regulate it both with your volume and Zoom volume and her volume. So
Yeah,
you can
It's not necessarily helpful, unfortunately, at that moment. Different volume styles. This volume here.
So this one is out. She's not talking about sorry.
Oh, she's presenting basically. Is she presenting?
No, I think she is just visiting remotely. I know her because she's in translation and chat. So are we good? You said some technical things.
Oh, totally not.
It works well, but the but it really Puede haber X, pero subir todo el tiempo. Y no se puede pasar, no se puede. Sí. Mira. Este sí
You
se
missed,
puede.
you missed our presentation for the fourth time.
Sorry.
No.
I was here, I think, so.
It's impossible for you to see it now. Or just because it's like a curse. You're of course not to see us. It's impossible for you to
This one will crack it, but it works for now. This one, you turn it on like this. And this one is perfect in the sense that if somebody talks, it's really clear, it doesn't bother, it doesn't crack, it doesn't. When you share your screen with somebody who's probably these two. Maybe Robin, we have Robin,
Martin, hey.
Robin, can you hear us? We just let you in. Okay, we're gonna test your volume. So can you speak, say whatever you want?
Yeah, 1 second, I can
Please, do what you need. So we can definitely hear you now. We're regulating the volume both locally and with you. So please say whatever you want.
Okay, hi, today,
Just continue to speak and we will see Victor go back in the middle. Say whatever you want. Louder, please.
Is it louder? You want it louder?
Like this? Does it work?
No, we have to change the speakers. No, you're using the laptop speaker.
Ah.
So probably you need to change the Zoom settings on the laptop.
Wait a second, Robin.
Do we have anything else? Yes.
Don't know if there's nothing connected to it, but you can see it's not just speaker. Maybe you can
Try the other one. Maybe try this one. Yeah. So the projector is not connected to the speaker in the room.
No. You'll have to use this microphone.
Okay.
This one is better.
Yeah, okay, yes.
But they weren't hearing very well before, but I also ran it the same way when we were doing it. What do you call it? Can you try again, Robin? Can you speak and maybe Antonio can do this? Robin?
No.
Development cultures, navigating production, marketing, cultural business, European China's game strategy.
Is it coming from over there?
Yeah, it's coming from there. It's quite
Too low. Robin, is there any way you can either speak louder or raise the volume of your mic?
Yeah. Are you going to be my setting? In fact, just the mic.
Yeah, I think it's probably the mic. You don't need to shout into the void, don't worry.
Well, good. One second. Is that better now?
Try again. Keep talking.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do it again. Hi, everyone. So, today's transnational development cultures, navigating production, market, cultural difference with the European Chinese game development teams.
We're looking at the audience to see if they like this.
Or we just can ask people to sit in front and not be like the bad students everywhere.
We could do that as well.
Okay,
Maybe
I can use it a little bit more. I see that the setting is locked. I unlocked it, and increased the volume. Does that sound any better now?
Try again. Like I raise the volume now. Try.
Okay. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Robin Slug. Today I'm going to take a call transnational development.
No difference for you.
Navigating.
No difference.
Okay. No difference. Okay.
It's not that it's bad. It's just low in volume. I think. I mean, it's also bad, but that's it.
But it's clear, so that's a plus.
You're the only one, Robin, who's doing it online for this session, so we're trying to figure out this ahead of time.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
is here. Yeah, we can try to stay like this on the presentation.
Doesn't make any difference.
Okay, Robin, go again. Like my name is Robin.
Yeah, hello. My name is Robin Sloan. FDG Room, transnational development cultures, navigating production, marketing, cultural differences between Chinese game development teams.
I think it's better this way, right? If we change nothing, by the way, I'm telling you. So yeah, it's like, it's better now first. No, we change. Okay, they say this is slightly better.
Okay.
So I think we're gonna keep it this way. Try to speak as loud as you can. So
I'll be very loud.
this is not bad. Like, can you try again?
Yeah, that was on. So, hi, my So, I'm Ryan from school. They call transnational development cultures, navigating production, marketing, cultural differences in European and development.
Same stuff. Maybe Zoom also has a volume embedded.
Zoom configuration is infamous for difficulties to change anything. So let me try again. I think we have to go here.
Settings and
Settings here.
Audio. No, it's all
Speaker.
projector. Hey, you did something now.
The thing is that it makes no difference at all.
No, well, you will hear it. Then this both your mythology and you had the mythology one yesterday.
Just mythology.
Do you have another one?
Pretty chill. But don't worry, I was not complaining.
I am complaining because I promised I would come and like,
I was just feeling sorry for you because you are close not to see us.
And it was our best version.
It was the best version. Are you gonna give it again somewhere soon? They told me it's all about art and the cultures in general and video games come last.
That's a way to summarize it. Let's try this.
Yeah, try another.
I don't have a new one here.
Anyone helping us there?
This one's better, yeah.
Yeah.
This one's much better.
How
No, but I think this is going directly to the speaker there. So, Robin, if you can repeat again any paragraph, anything you want to say, you can improvise. Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I was doing my title again to kind of give everything else. So, hi, I'm Robin Sloan. They call transnational development cultures, navigating production, marketing.
Much better. Much better. It has a bit of reverb now. It's not as clear as before, but it's way louder. So I think this is better.
Remember to turn it back into the original setting for giving it to the next chair, otherwise they.
Yeah. So I just need to unplug this, I think.
Or you have to change this thing. You need to change it to the.
Yeah, the trust GXT, whatever. So I need to go back to this one. Yeah, super.
Thank you so much, Victor. Thank you so much. I'm sorry for not. Are you presenting this again next month? It would be good.
I think we need to move on to.
I know we'll read the paper.
Don't worry, we're just joking. You can come and we'll explain it to you privately if you want, and you will see plenty of this. No, but my joke. We have one of these things like this. You miss the graph, you couldn't come here, so
Sorry.
it's avoiding you.
Is
something. No.
Okay, Robin, so I'm going to be chairing. I will try to repeat the questions from the audience. And last, we have two presentations before you. And I hope you can see and hear everything as clearly as we can see and hear. Hopefully, good enough. And we have Alexandros here. We have naming hands. I cannot read. Sorry. If you have any question, you can just write them in the chat, and I will be taking a look in the chat constantly. I hope you can do that. So you don't need to open your mic and speak anymore. Okay. Good. Everything's fine and dandy, I think. Hello, Alexandros. Are you presenting?
Yes.
Oh, yes, please. I was going to make the roll call now. So you need. Is it Charlie? So the second presentation is Mathieu. Do you want to comment? Super.
It's not detecting.
Technology, yeah. It is. Let's try presentation mode and so on. Okay, now it's deep presentation mode. Let me share it.
Marcelo has two online sessions after you, and I told him that he figured out a way to send them different things. So don't
Okay, I'll leave it as is. Yeah. So Germany, like we get out in Germany. Yeah. This is very informal.
get used to a live live. We need to integrate people from zone and that's a matter that we have in the So if he wants to jump in and join us, he will be not a formal meeting. Since we have this been committed, I think we nice to have this is it.
Just get
When it comes to the social media, I get to the
Yes, you can hear the. Oh, the clock. I did it. I thought it was so. Yeah, you're, I'm gonna count down that this was the last time that it's battery. And now we realize that after one you did it already. Oh. It's better. It's like, oh, no, I pay my phone company. I get the best hopes you use the word but they pay you to do something. It probably still going to last long. But yeah, I actually think please. Oh, but now, that's what they say. The Portuguese guy says he's game and they won an Horizon grant for game studies in Portugal, so they are very interested in talking about this. He's not directly related, but his colleague is, and he's there, can take all the information, drink with us. Okay, yeah, so that's good.
And
So you want to ask us?
Yeah, okay.
What do you want to ask?
Organize this.
It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, like you're helping and.
Okay. If he doesn't want to join or.
You can ask another.
No problem.
Or we can ask another academic here that we know.
Who wants to join in? Okay, I'm free and it's before work. So we're set to go. I'm Victor. I will be the chair of this session, which includes two presentations on game design and player experience and one on games and humanities. Two of them are going to be in person, the first two, and the last one is going to be online. We have tried, we tested everything. We have tried our best to make everything audible and manageable. Please bear with this feedback that we have all the time in the background. If we acknowledge it, it will go away. Like many fears in life, it's not as bad as it seems when you join the room. We have 15 minutes for every presenter. I will be sitting here. I will say 5 and 1, 5 minutes, 1 minute. Please try to keep this under 15 minutes because we need these 5 minutes for questions afterwards. Normally people, what I've seen these couple of days is that people want to ask questions, which is always welcome. Something I always say, please, questions, try to refrain from making just comments. It's better to rephrase things as questions. And we have very long coffee breaks, very long lunches that are meant to keep people talking about what is presented here. So again, if you don't have time to ask your question, don't worry, you will have plenty of time afterwards. First, we have Charlene Foch presenting this talk that you can see here. It's already shared on Zoom. People in the Zoom call, you can use the chat. I don't want to make myself host, so I don't want to interrupt you. I'm going to admit everyone that's waiting now. And I will only admit people in between talks. So don't worry if you see anything popping up, you don't have to mind about that. Okay? So the floor is yours. Thank you very much for being here. Yeah. Close the window. And I will be here with my stopwatch. Thank you very much.
Okay, hi everyone. Welcome to this talk on game designers' perspectives on implementing failure in video games. How do you switch to the next slide?
Just use the arrows and take a picture. Choose one. Click here.
Thank you. Very on topic. Yes, hi, I'm Charlene Foch. I'm a PhD student at the University of York in the UK. I'm part of the doctoral training center on intelligent games and games intelligence. And I did part of this work with my supervisor, Dr. Ben Kierman. And my whole research project is about investigating our perceptions of the role of failure in video games. And I'm doing that particularly through the lens of player experience and game design. So through the past 3 years already, I've noticed that research on failure has tended to go one of two ways. First, you can find failure as a kind of a side mention in a lot of research. So research on difficulty, for instance, challenge, player retention, learning processes, negative emotions, immersion. You can always find the word failure hidden somewhere in there, but not really looked into in depth or put into much more context. But in recent research, people have started looking at failure specifically as its own mechanic. You have Jesper Juul's The Art of Failure, which I'm sure some of you may have read. You've got researchers focusing on failure as a mechanic within a system and player experiences of failure very specifically and how players react to failure in games. And on the humanities side, you also have research on the theme of failure. So failure, loss, grief, death, all these kind of things. And in order to do this research, we've been looking at games as systems, and we've been looking at them through the lens of us, ourselves, the researchers, and through the games that we play and that we study. And we've been looking at player experiences, but we've kind of not asked yet the people who make the games that we study, and that's where this research comes in. So the purpose of this paper was to investigate and identify design strategies around failure. In order to do that, we wanted to ask game designers who have worked on games that throughout my research I've identified as specifically relevant or interesting with regard to failure. So games that did purposefully try to implement interesting, original, or reflective experiences of failure. We identified a list of games, which I'm going to show in a minute, and we contacted specifically independent game studio and independent developers because the smaller the team, the best overview you can get from a whole game project and how failure can fit specifically into this game, as opposed to being a level designer in a 300 people team where you may be more pigeonholed into your role and the specific level that you're working on. We got 13 participants and we applied reflexive thematic analysis as our method, and we put an emphasis specifically on narrative because narrative and failure is something that's still kind of under research at the moment. There's some of the games that I investigated, that I talked about with my participants. For the purpose of this presentation, I'm only going to discuss one, maybe two if we have time, in more depth, but if you have any questions, you can read the paper or you can ask me during the break. So the overarching themes that we identified or that we constructed after doing this reflexive thematic analysis process are twofold. First, you have the kind of high-level general understanding of what failure is that inform the game designer's decision, how they understand failure from their experience of playing and making games and from talking to their players as well. So we've got this idea of a restrictive dogma of failure. So failure kind of has to be there. It's part of what games are. It's not a game if it doesn't have failure or win states. And some of our participants reported that this is something that came through particularly with our players, especially for some designers who created games that have no standard experience of failure in them or no fail state at all. And players can force questioning, is this actually a game or is the game finished? Another consideration was the impact. Another consideration was the impact of the design vision and production conditions. So, what is your game about? What are the conditions of production? So, what resources do they have? What kind of monetization model do they have for free-to-play games, for instance? And what kind of target audience are they trying to reach? Going beyond failure, sorry about that. Going beyond failure is more for reflection from our participants in their attempt to experiment with failure, trying to come up with more original ways of phrasing failure.
If you want to, sorry,
Maybe you can use the other mic.
yeah, maybe you can use this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure this one is.
Sorry.
I also believe there are people in the meeting room.
Yeah, I will admit. The problem is that I can only admit them from here, so I don't want to be interrupting you all the time. Okay, and let me check if the mic is. We can look.
Let's see. Can everybody still hear me? Cool. Okay, so going beyond failure, a more experimental take on failure and kind of trying to come up with ideas or experiences that stray away from failure as death or failure as the end of the game, trying to do something more with that. And combining these kind of very general concerns around failure with the ideas that they had for their games, they came up with low-level decisions and very practical design ideas that they implemented in their games. The first one being using narrative to frame failure into the context of the game, so weaving the failure into the story and into the narrative. Creating meaningful experiences of failure, meaningful here in the words of our participants, referring much more to purposeful experiences of failure. So failure has to be there for a reason, it has to be justified, and it also has to, in many instances, provide something more than just giving player feedback on their performance, for instance. And finally, a very important aspect was communicating with the player about failure. So the player, for them, had to know why they were failing, the way that they were failing, and how they were able to get out of it. So they had to understand it.
No, it's like, come on.
Click on the PowerPoint.
Yeah. And
okay, how are we doing on time? Just to double check.
7 minutes.
Okay. First case study, Frostbank. Frostbank was produced by 11-Bit Game, came out in 2018, and it's a society and city building survival game. So it's also set in a kind of post-apocalyptic ice age. You got survival game and post-apocalyptic ice age in the same sentence. You cannot expect that everything is going to go wrong in the game. It is thematically primed for failure and death to be just everywhere. And because it's a resource management game, as you can see on the screen, you have to keep track of your resources to ensure the survival of your community. It makes it very difficult for players to pinpoint exactly when or why something starts going wrong. And that was the question that the game designers were trying to address during the design of the game. And the solution they came up with, what they didn't want to was for players to do something wrong and only realize it 2 hours later and have to go back and redo everything and lose 2 hours of progress, basically. A very common problem in games. So the way they addressed that was that they made the whole failure system or the whole system collapse much faster and more compact. So once you start failing at something in Frostbank, everything else goes very wrong very quickly, and you get caught in a snowball of system that escalates into catastrophic failure. And what do you do when you get caught in this catastrophic failure? You have 2 options. One, you try to claw your way back out of it by trying to fix your resources. It's a very frantic process. It's very much of a grind. Or you can turn to a whole new mechanic called the Book of Laws. The Book of Laws allows you, as the leader of the community, to pass legislations or policies that give you stats boosts that make getting out of this snowball of failure much quicker and much easier. The problem is that you live in a very dystopian society where everything is very difficult, and a lot of your decisions are going to be very morally questionable. So I think in this instance, the player had a problem with prison overpopulation, and the policy that they can enact if they want to is called forceful persuasion, which is basically you beating up your prisoners until they acknowledge that they did something wrong and they don't want to go in prison anymore. That allows you to empty your prisons much faster, but on the other hand, your prisoners may get hurt or they may get killed, which may lead to a problem of hospitals overpopulations or cemetery overpopulation, in addition to being morally very wrong, if that's the kind of gameplay that you want to play. And it also raises your population discontent. So this is an example of how the Book of Laws work, and this whole Book of Laws is really the moral crux of the whole game. This is where most of your difficult moral choices and dilemmas are going to happen, and it's only really triggered or only really becomes relevant once you are pushed into a corner because you've been caught in this snowball effect of failure system. So that's how they decided to address failure, by making it not an end state, not the kind of end of the game and you have to recharge or reload. It's just a step towards this whole different gameplay or whole different mechanic. Like, it's perfect. Yeah, so that's what the senior game designer had to say. You can finish the game by doing the golden path, which is when you're really good at economics and you don't need to use that. Or you can use the Book of Laws, which is a tool, but it comes with a price, which is basically your morality. The second example is called Through the Darkest of Times. It was made by Pen Bucket Games and came out in 2020, and it's a historical resistance strategy game where you play as a leader of a resistance group during World War II in Berlin. And the problem that they had was, how do you avoid distracting your players from the themes and messages of the game? And that's a problem that they faced specifically with failure. This is what the game looks like. You have your resistance group members. You can send them on missions for the resistance, more or less easy, more or less risky. And the problem that they had was that the first iteration of the game, the first playtesting sessions, in order to progress through the game, you had to progress through the different chapters by completing specific goals. So for instance, getting 100 supporters by the end of 1933. And very quickly they realized that players would only play the missions that would lead towards successfully completing the goal. And they would ignore everything else, they would ignore all the other missions, and they would ignore the story, the narratives, all the narrative possibilities, and miss out on the experience that the game has to offer and to teach about resistance, because all those missions reflect on specific instances of resistance. So they changed it. They changed it so that in order to avoid people failing to get 100 supporters and having to replay the same sequence and get bored, they scrapped the goal-based system and instead came up with this idea of a decreasing morale. So every day that goes by, your moral gauge, which is kind of hidden, but you have a moral gauge there, kind of decreases up until zero eventually. In order to fill your gauge back up again, you have to do resistance actions. And that's how they managed to solve that issue, because in order to fulfill a goal, you have to do very targeted, very specific missions. But if you're just trying to keep your head above water, you're free to do it any way that you want. So you can engage much more meaningfully with the themes of the story and the theme of the game. So you're still playing the numbers, but as your Pradesh puts it, in a way that actually fits the theme of the game. It's your choice how you choose to do that. As a conclusion, further thoughts. So we've kind of discussed or touched upon the idea of expressiveness in game and in failure. Some other topics that we touched upon in the paper are the idea of expressive failure in games that don't specifically have a failure state. So Before I Forget and Bird of Passage are two examples. Before I Forget is a walking simulator that only has one instance that kind of feels like you can fail at something, but not quite. Read the paper if you want to find out more. And Bird of Passage has no failure set at all, but it has a kind of failure as a theme, a recurring theme in the story itself. And it can also be very funny. It can be very joyous, very humorous. I'm sure a lot of us have played Surgeon Simulator, and I don't need to explain to you why it's very funny to play a game where you're a surgeon and you mess up everything because the physics are very clunky. So that's another way of embracing failure differently. And to very final thought, accessibility, the difficulty of failure, difficulty of games, and especially games that have very high failure rates that can act as deterrents. So for this specific topic, which didn't quite make it as a theme for the paper, but I still think it's worth mentioning, you've got Gods Will Be Watching, which was a very difficult game upon release, and the developers added difficulty modes after when they got feedback from the players, and also Hades, who did a lot of reflection around roguelike games being very difficult, but how do we attract players who are not typically playing roguelike games, but might be interested in the very rich narrative and story world? So how can we use failure and frame it in a way that will not push these players away? And that's it. Thank you very much.
I've got 15 minutes sharp, so thank you for being so exact with time. We have time for a few questions.
Thank you for your talk. That was super interesting. I kind of want to ask, I guess, a obvious question from an intuition sense. When people in roguelike and also other games typically frame failure as a chance for getting upgrades, so even though you fail the level, you're still accumulating money or resources that you can pour into some upgrades for your troops and something like that. And I think that example in the first case study showed that you can at least upgrade, even though it's a morally ambiguous choice. Well, was that a thing for you in the findings in the interviews?
So it was definitely something. So for Frostpunk, we didn't really discuss that in terms of upgrades because it's more of the book of flows is more of a quick fix for you to get out of the systems of failure and everything. But when I talked to the creative director of Hades at Supergiant Games, and that was definitely something that he talked about. So in Hades, it's a roguelike game, so you have this idea of upgrades and permanent upgrades, and that's something that they really wanted to emphasize when they made the game, so that players will not be deterred from doing it. And the other way that they wanted to make sure that players would keep playing the game or not be too deterred by it was also to weave these permanent upgrades and story continuity by having NPCs and the story of the world reflect the player's failure. Like when Zagreus fails to beat the boss and is sent back to the beginning of the game, you have other characters, other gods in the world of Hades kind of reacting to Zagreus failing to get to the end of the game or failing to escape the underworld. So, and you have other characters trying to help you get out of the underworld as well. So combining the permanent upgrades and being able to keep your progress even though you were sent back to the beginning, and also having these characters clustering around you and acknowledging that you're not doing anything wrong. They were really trying to take the sting out of failure. That's the words of the designer specifically. Trying to ensure that, no, don't worry, you're not doing anything wrong. This is how you're meant to play the game. Keep going. That was the way of doing it.
I don't know, when Hypno says, have you tried not standing on the spikes when they shoot up?
Yeah, that's exactly that. So just a little acknowledgement, a little notes like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be doing that.
One of the points you made during your presentation was that why a player failed should be clear to the player. But I've played games where, you know, I failed, and part of the challenge is figuring out how I failed, what I could have done differently. And so I'm curious, are there times where you actually disagree with your own advice, where designers should make it, or where it's okay for designers to make fail states less clear to increase the challenge of the game, or to increase the interesting strategy aspect of the game?
That's an interesting one, because I think that's kind of still part of the idea of communicating around the game, right? If you take Dark Souls, for instance, it is a very difficult game. I haven't played it myself, but I'm not sure how necessarily clear it is communicated to the player how they can solve a problem. But I think some games may just, through their marketing or by adhering to certain genres and certain conventions, already communicate to the player, this is going to be really difficult. You're going to struggle a lot, and it's not going to be easy. We're not going to hold your hand. So the players already know what to expect. I think the issue, or like the general issue around communicating to the player is for the player to know what to expect. So, for example, with God Will Be Watching, when they added the difficulty modes, they have the original mode where they explicitly say, you will fail a lot. That's the intended purpose. Try at your own risk. That's kind of the one way of doing it. But yeah, that's definitely an interesting one. And you've got games where maybe there is a sense of trolling the player a little bit, like getting a very quick Bennett 20, for instance, where the controls are very clunky, but it's part of the game. Yeah. Some people just like to suffer.
We have a last question here.
Sorry, thanks for really inspiring. I want to ask you if do you think there is an extra desirable role for failure in serious games aimed at learning, like real kids, like a child, you are whatever, fighting and making mistakes? That's a very valuable, right?
Yeah, definitely. So research has shown that failure as part of a feedback loop is a very valuable resource. I think when it comes to serious games, depending on the topic that you're tackling, it can also be a sensitive issue. Like we had a talk yesterday from Sarah Schumann, who was highlighting that when making a game about cancer treatment, I think was some sort of illness treatment, you don't really want to communicate to children that you can fail at treatment, right? And that's also something that I faced in my PhD during a module. We had to do a game about exposing young teenagers to exposure therapy. And that's a question that came up, right? You don't want to communicate to young patients that you can fail at therapy. So almost like a rhetoric problem, like how do you frame this kind of experience and what does it communicate to audiences? But also there is research from queer studies. People from queer studies starting to take an interest in failure as a way of going against the idea of productivity that we have in games, of questioning this idea that games must be led by success. Actually, no, maybe there is a way of kind of querying and changing this idea by focusing on failure instead. So I think for serious games or learning games, there is this, it's twofold. This, on one side, this idea of using failure as a feedback tool, and on the other, the rhetoric power of failure. What does it actually mean to fail at something? Hope that answers your question.
Thanks a lot.
So here, let me try to share it from here. We'll call this here.
Sorry.
Thank you. This way I want to change it. We give some. Yeah. Screen to share, and you can keep it here.
Yes.
And you start with 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so hello everybody. My name is Mathieu Muraté, and I am assistant professor in computer science in MOCA team in LIP6 lab in France. In our team, we work on technology enhanced learning, and we are some people who work on serious games. So it's the first time for us to present our work in a community on digital games. So I'm very happy to discover all your problematic, your contribution. It's very interesting for me. So we made a work about help designer to model learning game with PetriNet. So learning games is a very interesting environment for us because it provides to the learner a very valuable situation that enable player to play with a large amount of available action. And in learning game, a key concept, as we speak just before, is the feedback, because the feedback enable to explain a mistake for the player, to point something he thinks true, but in other situation, it's not a general solution, for instance, etc. So we are interested by this kind of game because it's a very complex pedagogical situation. And to produce feedback adapted to the difficulties of the player, we analyze the player activity and we have to model the resolution process of given problem. And so in order to ask questions like, does the learner progress toward the solution, for instance? So the work I'm presenting you is part of a project, and we already presented the Orange workflow. In the Orange workflow, you have the player that produce traces with the learning game, and then we analyze the player traces with a PetriNet in order to produce feedback to the player. So the PetriNet is input for this work. And we have another workflow, the purple one, that the objective of this purple workflow is to produce the PetriNet. That will be the input for the other. And so here I will focus on this part, how to help designer to produce this kind of PetriNet. So you understand that PetriNet is a key mathematical model for us, and so I will introduce some key parts. So in PetriNet, you have places that can contain tokens, and we have some transition which are linked with places with arc and which have some weight. The interest of PetriNet, it's a calculable model. In fact, we can simulate the PetriNet and we can execute it. And for instance, here you have the red transition because it's enabled because the input place have enough tokens because in order to fire this transition, we need to have at least 3 tokens in the input place. And so I can fire this transition and it consumes token from the input place and produce token in the output place. We have several arcs that have a different semantic. Here it's an example of the read arc. The difference with the previous arc is that it don't consume token into the input place. And so we can fire this transition several times, and if we have enough token in the input place, it produces the token in the output place. So PetriNet, formalism of PetriNet is quite simple to understand, the concept of play, transition, etc. But it's not so easy to use. In the literature, we can see several authors that said, for example, for Dorman, that PetriNet is one of the most promising simulation tools, and he added, but is less accessible to designers. Again, Needle and Janek said it is easy to grab the basic concept of places, transition, and concurrent sequence, and he added, the situation changes when one tries to model complex technical systems. So, in order to try to give some tools to make the production of PetriNet easier, we propose to use the design pattern approach of Needle and Janek because we think that it's more easier to manipulate some short Petri net than building a full Petri net from scratch. We propose to use a hierarchical Petri net model to model game at various levels, especially the macro transition approach. It is a technique that on Petri net you consider that, for example, one transition, in order to execute this transition, in fact, you have to resolve a sub-Petri net, and when the sub-Petri net is resolved, you can consider that the super transition is firing. And we propose a domain-specific language to help designer to update Petri net. So this is some example of a short Petri net to model very specific functionality. For example, a game object you can turn on and turn off, an exclusive choice, or a unique action pattern. So in order to explain the process, I will take a short example. In this example, we have a hero that has to open a frozen door. And for this, he has to turn on a boiler and take a key. And so to model this situation with Petri net, we had the patterns of the different game objects. For instance, on the door, we had activable patterns. Same for the boiler. And for the key, we will use the unique action pattern. So at this moment, we have just 3 Petri net, but they are not linked together. And so we propose to express constraint that is composed by an action, a verb, a value, and a state. The action is one of the monitored action. In fact, the action of the game is correspond to the transition in the Petri net. The verb, it's possible to use for from the variable get, produce, require at least, and require less than. The verb hide the concept of arc and the type of arc. The value is not null positive integer. It corresponds to the weight on the arc, and the state is one of the states of the game. In fact, it's the concept of place. So, in order to define the constraint that enable to be aligned with the simulation, we have to define 2 constraints. The first one is open door require at least 1 key in hand, and the second will be open door require at least 1 boiler enabled. And then we can combine the constraint with and/or operators. And if I choose to use an and operator, automatically the system will add specific between the appropriate nodes in order to add the constraint. And here you can see that opening, opening the door require a token on door close, a token on boiler enable, so the player has to turn on the boiler before, and a token on the key in hand. If I use an OR operator, automatically the system will adapt the Petri net in order to enable opening the door if we have the boiler enabled or if we have the key in hand. So we experiment this on a serious game. Its name is E-Learn Escape. It's a serious game. It's an escape game, virtual escape game, where player is immersed on the dream of a fictive character, and they have to resolve some enigma before the character wakes up. And we have 3 instances of this serious game. One is on pedagogical notions, another is about computer science, and the last is about accessibility for disability persons. Yeah. And so the escape game is composed by 17 enigmas, and we asked the developer to model these enigmas in order to develop a feedback module inside the game. He developed he models the 17 enigma with 8 Petri-net patterns. So I speak about the activable pattern, the exclusive choice pattern, and the unique action pattern. And he designed also some other patterns like activation count pattern, activable and count pattern, answer question pattern, and also place and transition. And with these 8 Petri-net, he produced these 8 Petri-net patterns. He produced 22 Petri-nets plus 1 super Petri-net. So each enigma have its own Petri-net, and several enigmas have additional Petri-net. And I will give some word about the super Petri-net, but you can see that the amount of places, transition, and arc he produced only with these 8 patterns. So some word about super Petri-net. The super Petri-net model the sequence of enigma inside the game. So you can see that, for instance, that some enigmas, in order to perform this enigma into the game, the player has to resolve 3, 2, or several enigma before. And each transition here is in fact a sub-Petri-net that the player has to resolve in order to considering that the super transition is resolved. To conclude, our objective is to produce a feedback module to the game. And so we have to model the simulation of the game in order to analyze player traces. So we choose to use Petri-net patterns and the super-net solution. And we propose a domain-specific language that enables to express constraints between Petri-net and link the Petri-net together. We experiment this on development of serious game, and we develop a Unity plugin for this. And the developer uses this Unity plugin and also some classic Petri-net editor like Tina. And so we use the plugin to add Petri-net pattern to the game object, to define the constraint between the monitored game object. He exported the full Petri-net with the plugin and tested with classic tools like Tina. And if he found some bug with that Petri-net is not simulate exactly the game simulation, he didn't choose to update the Petri-net directly, but he preferred to come back on the plugin in order to play with the NO operator of the domain-specific language, because he's not sure which kind of arc used to update the Petri-net. And so the hint module is operational. Given a game state, we're able to find it into the Petri-net, and we can compute the sequence of action the player has to perform to resolve a specific enigma, and then give him some hints or feedback. Yes, I finish. It's time to.
No, you have 30 more seconds if you want. Don't worry.
No, it's fine.
Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. There's still 1 minute if you want to add anything else.
No.
We can just jump to the first question.
Oh, my name is Remer. I did a large mapping study of domain-specific languages for games. Petri-net is number 23. As far as I can tell, it's been used since 2004, more or less. I see that you built a textual DSL? Does it have a REPL like that we evaluate print loop that you can live update PetriNet while it's running, or?
So the question is if we analyze a textual sentence and
DSL, right?
Pardon?
It's a textual DSL. You're not visually creating.
No. In fact, on the Unity plugin, we have a UI that enables to select the game object we want to constrain. We can select the action we want to constrain in this PetriNet, and we have a whole sentence, in fact, and we can select the verb, put the weight, and select the state of the target. And we can, and for the NO operator, here we have some kind of labels, and we can combine them with textual, in this case, text, and we have a short program that distributes the sentence to be in the form that end with or that separate some sequence of end or operator. And then
what about the patterns? Where do they come from? You mentioned briefly on the slide some patterns that you are using, and I wondered where they originate from.
The patterns?
Yeah.
Yeah. For the patterns, we know we in the game of e-learning escape, we propose some own patterns for instance, the activable pattern, something like this. And after the developer build its own patterns. Okay, and because it's for example, for this one, yeah, the activable and count pattern, several times in the game, you want to count the number of times a game object is turned on. And so you prefer to design a specific pattern for this while using the default activable pattern and added each time a new constraint to count the number of times, etc. So sometimes it shows to build its own pattern, and sometimes it prefer to use the constraint.
We have time for one more question. One more question. Yes, everything was very clear.
Thank you.
Very early. Thanks a lot. And we're going to jump to the last presentation of this panel. Robin is going to present online. I will be here now, so this should make things easier. Robin, can you try your mic now?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Perfect. Okay, can you share the screen, or do I need to give you permission?
I'll try and share my screen, and then if you can tell me that it's, oh no, it says you have to enable it, it says it's disabled here.
Okay, so, yeah. Try now, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Share all participants. I can just make you host if you want. This should be good. You're host now, so you can do anything you want. Please don't kick us off.
Okay, is that look okay now?
Yeah. Yeah. Perfect.
Okay.
So you have
okay, thank you. Excellent. I'll do my best. Okay. Right, thank you. One of the apologies I couldn't be here today. I'm in Scotland, and it's very, very rainy, so I wish I was with you. So hi, my name is Robin Sullivan. I'm from Aberdeen University in Dundee, Scotland. And today I'm presenting a paper on transnational development cultures. And my colleagues Martin Lang, Kelly Austin, and Kelly Brown. Okay, we're actually part of a larger project called Indian International, that big work that I'll bring it back at the end. So we're a UKRI funded project in the UK, looking at UK China creative industries. as well, being introduced Outplay and Happy World, that are our main partners. And we've got a wider program of research, of which this paper is just one part. So what are we up to on this project, and what is this paper about? So we're largely led by industry in our research, and we're particularly interested in the UK-China collaboration, but I can see that more into the Europe-China collaboration and mutual market access in games. And when we speak to a lot of games companies in the UK and Europe regarding the China market, and note that there's a huge growth and a continuous growth in the market in China, particularly in mobile. And that's something we picked up on. However, they also find it quite difficult to understand how to give access the market in China. Even though they recognise the growth of companies like Tencent and a lot of companies in Europe are increasingly having investment from these companies, there's a kind of perception of barriers to international market access in China that maybe isn't quite paralleled by any other major market, international market that they're looking at. So we're really curious as to what the issues are around that. And we know that there's a perception of cultural difference, perhaps, but that's the same for any international market, but also particularly political difficulties that people seem to perceive, or developers seem to perceive when they want to access the market. So we asked two fundamental research questions for the current paper. And we want to look at versus the UK, as I said, we perceive as being Europe and China. But how many functionally British and Chinese game developers collaborate in game production? Something we were really interested in. We do a lot of collaborative game design and game research at Appetite, and we wanted to know how teams across the UK and China work more closely together, and what kind of issues come out of that, because we can understand that better, we might not prevent some of the barriers. And secondary to that, we have understanding of some of the main challenges around the social, political, cultural differences, and also consumer differences. So how do both UK and China developers perceive each other's markets, and how do they collaborate to kind of bring down those barriers? And hopefully that will shine a light for other developers going forward. So I'll quickly go over the background literature, because that's kind of unpacked more in the paper itself. The kind of main existing knowledge we were looking at was existing knowledge of game design and production around how games are made, games are produced, particularly in a globalized context. We understood from our discussions with industry that there's a wide perception of policy difficulties. This is true in games production publishing generally. It happens here in the UK, but there's definitely a heightened sense of nervousness around policy in China when we spoke to UK developers, and whether their games would get published or even licensed in China. And also, as expected, the wide perception of localization, and also as well as culturalization differences that kind of made it seem risky to UK developers to bring their products to market in China. So firstly, on the games and production side, the common themes picked up from our literature. Firstly, as might be understandable, the substantial portion of the literature, the canon on games production studies, typically focuses on the US and Japan in particular, but also secondary to that Europe. But we're increasingly seeing more and more literature looking at other markets and other nations that are developing the games industries, including China, because the growth of companies such as Tencent and NetEase are more prominent. But certainly that's more of a recent development in the literature. A lot of literature on the Chinese games industry tends to treat it a bit in isolation. Some particular case, particularly where the games industry in China is seen as part of a wider state-led move to develop Chinese creative industries, so there's close ties between industry and the government. Again, that's not unique, that's true in a lot of different nations around the world, but also there's a strong domestic focus for those companies, and perhaps, barring the exceptions of the big names that we're aware of, but relatively few Chinese developers and companies are actually have track record overseas, and so that's the kind of domestic market focus that we see there. But also the literature on the games industry in China, it does draw actually strong parallels with the more established games markets, or games industries rather, in literature in the US, Japan, and Europe, that development of tech-based games companies through to more commercially adaptive and entrepreneurial companies is parallel in China today. The biggest issue we obviously identified with this project was policy challenges. This is, I think, quite well known. It's very well documented that games are regulated very tightly in China. Again, not uniquely so, but there are a number of restrictions that games companies, as well as other media industries, are aware of. The games industry, games companies in particular, are quite nervous around. And a big part of that is there's inherent within the restrictions a high level of ambiguity, which seems to cause confusion. This is something that came up in a lot of our other research from both UK and China developers. There's not a lot of ambiguity in the policy in China, and it's evolving. And of course, there's other challenges that are very well reported in both the games industry press, but also in academic literature. Things around anti-addiction measures, playtime limitations, for instance, been very well documented the last couple of years. Focusing on gambling mechanics again, but you get China, that's also what's come through in Europe as well, and has become through legislation in the UK too. So we're aware of these policy challenges and wanted to explore those through our research. And the last agency we were looking at in the literature was probably an obvious one around localization, also culturalization. And again, looking at literature and speaking to industry, localization is often a challenge in games. In a number of respects, especially smaller countries, localization can almost be sidelined because of budget constraints. But also, we detected that there's quite a lot of nervousness around localization, for instance, into Chinese language, because it's perceived as being more complex, more difficult, especially for smaller companies to get their head around or get the budgets dedicated to that would present a challenge. But also beyond that, looking at more nuanced issues around localization beyond purely language, and I think this is something that most games companies are fully aware of and understand the difficulties of this. It's relevant to the literature as well. But understanding that cultural difference is a big issue as well in terms of how people perceive games, how people perceive what's going on both in the narrative and in play. And we took a lot of our framing of our analysis from this idea of there being different modes of localization / culturalization. They can take place in different parts of the production process. So I think Karen talked about this in terms of localization can take place in pre-production, which is really ideal. It's happening as part of planned activity during production, which many weeks ago I worked with games companies is where we sat and it happened during production. Or perhaps not so good post-production, the reactive localization of games, which is actually very common in this game to produce, delivered to one market and then localized for other markets, which is a lot of challenges if you're looking at going across different cultures. So that was the foundational literature. I think we'll pack that more in the paper. What we actually did in our research was develop a case study involving a total of 5 development teams. They were all postgraduate development teams that were working with us here at Aberdeen. And they were international as well. So the majority were either British or Chinese developers working in cross-national teams. But we also had developers from other parts of Europe and also around the world working on these briefs as well. And they were tasked with creating prototype documentation, and also we collected developer diaries and interviews. So we had 2 phases of research, and we focused on the first phase, which is the top part of the diagram here. We had 4 development teams here, total 45 developers. As I said, international developers, UK and Chinese developers included, and those teams were roughly 10 to 14 developers each. In this part of the research, we partnered them up with UK industry clients, so that's 4 UK games companies that work with them, and they were tasked with creating a brief for the UK market with that UK company. Inherently, in that brief, they had to consider how such a game prototype rather be considered in the context of the Chinese market and in relation to Chinese regulation. So there was a double family of research they had to do that. The second phase followed on from that research and took some of the findings on board. It took one team, and this team all worked remotely. I should say that the previous team all worked on site in the studio together. In the second phase, there was a remote team, which we were particularly interested in how teams work remotely, because that came up as one of the teams in the first phase. This was again a UK-based and China-based team, so there was time difference challenges inherent in this team. And then the second team worked specifically on a brief for the Chinese market, and they partnered them up with Steam China, which is one of our partners on the project. So the results of this research, as I said, are documented in the paper. The first phase, the main piece of research, developed 3 emergent themes on transnational working about how to take games and consider these in the context of the Chinese market. And the second phase, as I said, looked more at remote work, which came up as a prominent theme, and also sort of targeting a China market first type approach rather than an adaptation approach. Now, for time reasons, what I'm going to do today is just focus on this first phase, but I'll have to talk about the second phase or the end of the paper later to see more about this. Just a quick insight to what the kind of data looked like. As I said, we worked on 4 games in the first phase. So we had game product prototypes, or primarily developed for Windows or tablet. And alongside that, we had developer diaries and other data collected from the team, as well as their own design documentation to be sure it's the own research they were doing as a team into adapting these games for the Chinese market. So I'll talk you through the themes now. And the first theme that emerged from our analysis of the developer data concerned production practices themselves. So how do teams work together, in particular how do they work across national cultural identities, and what kind of challenges came up from that. So again, this is one of the key things that our industry partners were interested in. And the first thing that came up there was about communication. I think that might be an obvious one, but a lot of developers spoke about communication being challenged, at least at first, particularly when we set tasks, particularly when we're talking cross-cultural communication. So we found that, for instance, there was a lot of difficulty people had around interpreting what their colleagues were meaning in development. Again, around emotion, cultural differences, what have you. But the interesting thing about this is that this actually resolved itself relatively quickly. So it was only really apparent in the early days of the development diaries, and all of these very quickly managed to get around these challenges. And this was working, for clarification, this is working on site, not remotely. This was in-person communication. When it came to that, and again, this is another context here, of course, we were doing all this under COVID, so this was in a particular part of the UK's unlocking of restrictions where we were allowed to work in person. We found that these teams, when they were working in person, tend to find that a much more productive way of working, particularly around things like socialisation, which is often overlooked because it's not just about how products are made, it's also about how teams gel and how they function together effectively. So for instance, again, looking at all these comments that I'm bringing up, the Santer data drawn from just these developer diaries, both UK, China, and international participants are represented throughout. So we did find that there were some communication issues whenever the teams have to work remotely, which happened occasionally, particularly things that working at speed. We found that there was communication breakdowns there. So that's a challenge that we recognised. One thing that really stood out for us, and this was inherent throughout all the things that we looked at across the whole development period, is that the fact that all the teams were culturally diverse was hugely beneficial to the kind of projects that we're working on, not just with the quality of the teams themselves, because it's almost great working across cultural teams with the diversity of any kind of benefits the team, but we found in particular when looking at the challenge of cross-cultural game development, this was a huge asset. So as I come on to the next team, there were a lot of challenges for trying to figure out what were the reality of the market in China. The cultural diversity seems was having a huge benefit for those developers in terms of making decisions about what would and wouldn't work and looking beyond the market data and the market trends. So on to the navigation of regulations, one of those challenging areas. As I said, we did find that all the teams were able to sort of source knowledge about the market in China and the rules and regulations very easily. Again, the comments here, you can relate that there. It's very straightforward to find the restrictions that were well documented, and that was okay. Where there was a challenge, I think, was around those ambiguities, which we presumed was going to come up. And we found quite often quite strange things come out of this. Where the teams were not sure if there's something that they're doing that make it to market in China, which is something they included. A strange example I picked out here was in one of the games where a pet scratching someone. And there was this, and again, it was a cross-cultural team, there was some anxiety about whether that would constitute violence, whether that would get through. Now, again, that's not what I would have thought of previously as a game developer that could be nervous about when looking at other markets, but obviously it was striking a chord here. There was a nervousness about the regulations were giving enough detail, alongside things like gore and violence, that kind of thing that you would normally expect to come up. And of course, there was other wider issues that people were perceiving within the series that were kind of more social, moral, political type questions, and a degree of what we deem to be self-censorship taking place. And again, this was not just because of more obvious things that might come up, but also non-obvious things like perception of garbage as being immoral, for instance, came up, whether that be something that would not be to regulations or restrictions. But also things like the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, because that's a theme from one of the games, whether that be a political issue that could be covered. Again, there's no evidence that that would be true, but it was something that came up from the teams themselves and they were thinking about it. And lastly, to tie up the market cultural differences that we've been detected in data sets for there as well. Again, the teams did really well to identify the trends. I think the Chinese marketplace and the market data that's readily available online to common sources is quite good. And they were able to find that there's higher level trends and higher level market data around what games and genres are doing well. Whether that's entirely useful, I think is open to debate, but they were able to identify that and stuff. But mostly what they focused on was the issues of localization and they built that into their adaptation. So for instance, even thinking about how they approach the use of text in games, we noted that the teams were actively looking to avoid the inclusion of text wherever they could, which I guess is a good practice generally, especially in mobile. But we tried to do that so that the games were easy to adapt. And also again thinking about cultural differences, I think the last thing that came up, and thinking about, for instance, whether certain things would translate if you present, for instance, an example of a city that's an English city, where there's too many cultural references in there, they would not be understood, the adaptation of that is come up. I'm kind of conscious of my time, so I'm just going to share some of the summaries and recommendations. So, as I said, there was actually limited differences in production practices that were detected. The COVID-19 impacts on remote work in particular might be the major impact on how people are working generally, particularly in this context. I think from our point of view, we really recommend this to be more use cases of co-production between China and overseas territories to understand how this would be done. I think particularly around navigating things like internet access, data sharing, communication, there's a perception of barriers there that I think we can work around, but then there's still challenges around particularly data sharing. I think a key point was the cultural diversity is a huge asset that is more useful for games than the marketplace, I think, and decisions of design. So again, we can recommend that game studios, game publishers in general look at the diversity hiring policies and also the ways that we can work up cross-cultural diversity into the development. And the biggest issue by far is this issue of regulation and restrictions. It is the biggest challenge the games industry itself raises with us. That's why we don't want to access the market in China, even though they see the value of working with Chinese partners and getting the games market in China. So we really think this is the kind of area where we need to do more research as a priority. How do we clarify those ambiguities and hope to avoid some unnecessary self-censorship when it takes place? So thank you. I realize it's been slightly over my time there, but that's the end of our presentation. And before that link, you can find out more about us.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Robin. We have time for one long question, two short questions, and I'm going to go to you in the audience if you have any questions, so Robin can hear us. Hopefully with this mic will be enough. Any question? Any doubts, any comments? Yeah.
The question is not fully formed in my mind, but I've been into Chinese culture recently, and one of the things is like censorship on queer representation in pop culture. And I wonder, like, I remember a story when the Sims creators were asked to restrict the ability to have same-sex lovers in Russia, and they were like, nope, we're not doing that, and I think the game's banned or something. And I wonder, when you engage with these markets and you might have to give up some of your moral stance on these things. Is kind of encouraging, or at the same time you don't want to cut out the audience because it's not their fault necessarily. The government is doing these things. So these moral questions that come up, and how do you deal with them?
Yeah, I think I got most of your question. I'm sorry, I'm not interfering. I think it's about the kind of the moral conundrums around working with particular markets, the legal issues, I guess, in regulation cause problems. So I think, yeah, particular things like same-sex lovers, LGBT representation, and other modes of representation and identity, I think it is well reported in the press. It's certainly something that's come up a lot of the games industry partners that we work with as a nervousness. I think, yes, that there are challenges here. I think it's difficult. I think if, let's say, a European developer quite rightly wants to express itself vocally and to give accurate and equal representation to all different individuals within their game, whether that's through characters or whether that's through stories or narratives. Then it's a big challenge, it's a big moral question. And I think, yes, working with the Chinese market is not over on other markets. This comes up a lot of games industry companies we work with. I would say that, yes, these issues did come up when we were with developers. And I think there was questions about whether or not they should include or exclude particular themes. And I think that's a huge ethical concern. I think that's something that we should be asking these questions. I think if you look at the kind of games that have been taken from European developers and brought to market in China, they're fairly obvious, they're fairly abstract, tend to remove a lot of identity and narratives and history, I guess, and that's maybe why they got through. But yes, I think it's something we should certainly ask these questions. I think it's difficult to be certainly protected. One thing that we definitely found through this study was that a lot of developers we spoke to would automatically self-censor and not even attempt to bring a game to market where they thought they would get silenced or have content changed. I think that's absolutely right in that sense. The challenge, I think, is that until we test some of the boundaries, we see what can be shared and what can be published and released, it's difficult to know what is actually what. Some of it is reported in the press, but as I said, not always exactly written into legislation. And I think that's, for obvious reasons, it encourages self-censorship rather than legal environment. It's a really, really difficult area for us to explore. But yes, happy to talk about that more and be conscious of many other questions.
Thank you. And now Solid is next.
Hello, thank you. Very lovely presentation, and also very interesting because I also do studies about international game developers, and it seems like some of my conclusions also kind of navigated towards my recent studies. It's really super fascinating. You mentioned about the importance of cross-cultural, like multicultural team in terms of sort of like a cultural awareness among the team that can help them to navigate through conflicts and cultural encounters. As a researcher, in your data set, do you think your team was multicultural enough? I do know that in the UK, at least, roughly 20% are internationals who are working in the industry, which is higher than national average. Was it this team particularly somewhat similar in that aspect, or do you think it could have been more encouraged and could be more better if it was a more diverse team in the data set?
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. So yeah, the workforce in the UK is quite international, yes. And these development teams, actually the first phase, approximately a third were from China, but probably a third from the UK, and a third from Europe and elsewhere in the world. So there's certainly more diversity there than we have with our undergraduate students, for instance, where the numbers are closer to what you stated there. But yes, it's one of the reasons we set this case studies. We felt that actually there's going to be a balance, and we were really interested in the open-ended just to see what would happen, what conversations would take place. Because certainly the thing that we observed in other games teams is that actually those conversations, regardless of what the identity or background is, having a diverse team helps people navigate stories and narratives and culture or identity more generally. So the second team, the phase that I didn't discuss was actually predominantly from China. 5 were based in China, 2 were based in Europe. So I think those were good representations of kind of balance. I think particularly with the questions that we were asking. I don't know if there's a follow-up part to your question there, but I think in terms of how we take that forward, I'm an educator as well, as we're researching and educating at the same time. And I think one of the things I was really passionate about here is that while we're working with our future developers, they've also graduated from working in the games industry, a lot in China and some in the UK, some have gone back to the US and what have you. It's actually been able to, as well as encourage companies to do cultural hires, which I think a lot of companies do, and they are looking at that. But actually, as universities and colleges are trying to do their best to do that as well. In particular, as a result of COVID, we're going to be seeing a lot of drop-off and people traveling, I guess, which is a challenge. I think as educators, it's really good to set up these kind of contexts where we could have people mixing, and have people learning about game development, not just from their own point of view, but have those experiences. So even if it can set up as universities and as educators, more instances for cross-cultural collaboration, those people can then go off to work in industry and have that interaction. Also being a kind of more rounded developer would be a great thing to aspire to.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sorry for the question. I'm gonna grab me the luxury of asking the last question, and it's a very short one. I don't know if you included this in the presentation. Sorry, I was checking some little things. Since you discussed diversity and cultural diversity, were all the Chinese members of your case study Han Chinese, or did you have any other ethnic group of China in the team? Because I don't know how diversity within China is handled in the game industry, and that's something I want to look into. I've been thinking about it quite a lot lately.
Yeah, yes. No, you're right. It wasn't necessarily inherently diverse demographic, because I think for obvious reasons that the majority of the developers come study with us in the UK were from cities, and actually most of them were from the same region because of the way they came to us. I think that's an important point that we can follow up with.
Super. So thank you, Robin, for the presentation. Anyone who has a last question? I don't want to be the last one. I'm going to be the last one anyway. Thanks a lot. Thank you to everyone, and
Lunchtime and more to come after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Sorry for bothering you. I didn't know if you could see something.
In the ropes of this hybrid thing, and it's very,
Especially with the fluffy system, like what's going on.
Some kind of small research in a bit. I witnessed that in the and when we suffered. Yeah, like someone is taking care of you for
Yeah. You learn as you go. I mean, it's a very
So yeah.
That's a very good advice.
It doesn't cost much, but you can get information on some things probably.
Thank you.
I'll walk there.
¿A qué se lo estaban a ver?
Oh, I don't like that.
So we still have 4 seconds. Yes.
The next bit worse.
Probably have some time. Now, so it's over there. It doesn't connect.
I feel like nobody else is two authors.
It's like funny that it's not the two main authors.
No, the main authors,
Why not
the first two authors were the last two authors. All of my stuff right here.
Put us in this funny. That's stupid.
That's all I got. Like, this is why I'm not because I only brought like 4 shirts. And now they're all really sweaty. There's a lot of things to
Let's say that t-shirt.
yes.
Too long is t-shirt. It's too much expensive.
I got used to these. Yeah, like the community. Yeah, like yeah, I got used to I had yeah, it's
Yeah. It's like a 2-year treatment. So basically, you like apply, you finalize the design project, and then wait until the person has time. And then, but then the stuff is not I think those yeah. And it's like, okay, it's not like see what be a sperm or something.
do you like deciding?
Yeah, deciding.
I feel like I get literally I was like, oh no, like, I do it very differently. They're all yeah. Yeah, eyeliner animals, I have like I got really that was the last one. And I got one right here. Actually, this is the worst. I don't know, I was dying. I was like, oh, this one was bad. This is a fun one. It's like a mug. It's so random. Is it a picture?
Not everyone, particular TXs. need the reference.
Yeah, the actual reference.
I think chicken, we just gonna emphasize that. I didn't make it up.
Right, that makes sense.
Because I was.
Yeah, no, I get it. Okay, cool.
That way I can do it.
Oh, when she was trying to like refer to them in the caption. Yeah,
Okay, I see. I think it's the comment. Yeah, it's a comment. Do you see something? Right.
I don't remember.
Does she have the I think that's especially no, it's no,
Was there a, do you remember that? I also think it was useful, the presentation she made about the results, where it's like, how do I save time? There was a presentation.
I mean, I didn't want to like question it too much. I don't think it should be that after six time because that's what we can measure, like we can actually measure. So.
Well, it was not necessarily safe, it was just the.
Yeah, so I had something there like batching. That's the part of the time scale because it's good like I see what it is. So I don't know how to talk about that, but I'm not going to let it say. I mean,
then also something about subjectivity, because I think there was really the resulting subjectivity is still stated, and there are particularly because of the testing, it wasn't very then you are inside the issue.
Yeah.
And you know what the intention are, but you can yeah.
Yes. Okay, this is what. Not the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really
Good luck, it's gonna be awesome.
At least this room is more comfortable than
Yeah, this
downstairs.
room's way better than yeah, that one downstairs, I feel like I'm sitting on a block. I don't even know. Yeah.
Hi, you're presenting in this session, right?
Yeah, the first one, the programs that we are on. So,
Oh, no, sorry.
yeah. How do I give you the unit test right on your computer?
Yes, it's not my computer, it's this computer, just someone's computer. I don't know who it is. But
It's a Google Drive, so I can just.
you can access it from here. Yeah.
Join the Google link and then send the link there.
You can do it as well, yeah. Like, either send it via Zoom. Like, feel free to take control of the computer. And you're.
Okay. Can I put my presentation
Absolutely.
on the laptop?
It is.
And can you tell me real quick, can I use presenter mode? Because I have some notes that I'd like to be able to.
I don't think you can.
Okay.
I don't think you can. Because the recording is kind of via the screen. Okay. Let's put it like this. If you know Zoom well enough to check it out, be my guest.
Yeah, maybe I could choose if the two screens or something. So,
Yeah.
so the way that's going to work, either is it this one or
it's going to be this one, yeah. So this one is running YouTube.
we don't need to see this one.
Yeah.
No clicker on the slides, right?
But I guess you can do the mouse, actually. Sorry, Dominic, do you know where the workshop is? Across the street, as far as I know. Across the street? Across the street, as far as I know, yes. Okay, there's, if you go out to the left, slightly, a tiny paper sign that says workshop that way. Then outside the gates and then down some set of stairs. Gotcha, so downstairs to the left. Yes, but ask other people as well, because I only know it from someone telling me. I haven't been there. Gotcha, okay, so I can't go across the way.
I just tried, but it's not too much. The one is
oh, I don't know the part. Should be there. At some point, the workshop organizer, the content organizer. So just to also clarify, as much as I know from chairing here is that someone told me in the morning, can you chair the session here? That's it.
Does USB-C?
Yeah. No. Give me a second. Maybe I have a adapter.
Yeah, for this room, I can't in the program I can. Room 2.
So let's use PC to USB, right?
If you are on the thing, can you let me know the thing?
Integrated to Windows.
Where?
Those people thinking.
No. Does it say format?
No, it's just it's checking it for errors. What is this?
No specs.
Everyone thinks ours is online anyways. So just kidding.
guys, come here. Really awesome presentation. Greek. Yeah, that's not smart.
I don't even know what the slideshow button is. So the problem with that is that is great, but this is
It
not.
won't work with Zoom.
It won't work with Zoom. Yeah. Although I have to say.
No, if I could read this, maybe I could open it in a different way. I can also put my laptop there and just press.
I think that's the easiest. Yeah, I think that's the easiest. You can also do the following. If you want, I skip here on this computer whenever you skip on yours.
If you would mind doing that.
I have no problem with it. Absolutely fine. That's also the easiest for me because then I can just look at your screen when you skip to the next, then I know when to skip to the next.
Oh no, but it's also like text by text. That'd be really annoying. Can you mind doing that?
Oh, sure. Every time I see change, like everything. You can use, you can put it away, and
No, I'm gonna just send it.
oh, you're just gonna do it here.
Yeah.
Go ahead. So you can decide whether you want to use the microphone. I have to warn you, every once in a while it just starts correctly. So when it happens, I would suggest just turn it off, put it to the side, and switch to the mic.
I can just use that. I mean, is this, if I speak this loud, is it picking it up?
This one is the clearest, yes. So if you put this on, this one's so far was the clearest the whole time.
Okay, so if I'm at this distance and was speaking
No,
like
but then
this,
you would have to sit.
I have to sit for that.
Yeah, all right.
I can. So those are the only two options, right? Is this one or that?
This one. This one is for.
No, I mean that mic.
Oh, mic, yes.
Yeah.
This mic.
Yeah.
And that mic. And this mic is for Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, and
It's usually running a hybrid conference.
So I hope this much. I think this is fine for last week.
not at the moment. It is also not connected to explosive. It just at some point starts crackling.
Okay, no, I mean just generally.
That's okay. Or maybe it did. Right now it sounds okay.
Okay. This one. Maybe honest.
It is the easiest.
Absolutely.
I personally prefer standing as well, but yeah. So far it is.
And if I'm sitting there, will you be able to keep an eye on? So this will be here. I'll
Probably in this
we
case.
pick up that one and I can keep my.
Yeah,
Does that make
exactly.
sense? No, it's fine for now. So I can keep my note there, just keep hitting that one, and you put it.
Yeah.
So I'll sit with it.
That makes sense.
Thank you. Thanks.
The slide is on?
Yeah.
Oh, are you starting? You're the first one, right?
Yeah, I think we'll probably wait to.
Sure. Do you prefer using this microphone?
Yeah, definitely.
That's the sound. Yeah. Like the good old 4 games. Do you want to handle the meeting on? I can do that. Okay.
Recording in progress.
Cool. All right. We also don't have, from what I can see from the schedule, there's not a lot of time pressure. So
Yeah.
if you want to start like 10 minutes late to give people time.
No, I think we can start. I think everyone who wanted to be here.
All right. Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you very much for the second session for today for game design and play experience. I hope you had a nice lunch. We are going to start with 2 presentations that are going to be in person, and the third presentation in this session is going to be online. We're going to start talking about the IP testing, and I would like to say give it up for the first speaker. Go.
Thank you. Okay, hi everyone. Thank you so much for having us here. My name is Pejman. I'm presenting our paper on how AI playtesting can supplement expert evaluation on behalf of our team, Atia, Noah, who was the master's student leading this project, with the help of Stevie, with another master's students, and then Raquel and myself. Both Raquel and me are here, so we are hoping to basically present this paper and will be available for discussion and answer your question. We are from the UXR lab at Ontario Tech University. I should also mention that we have a bit of a complicated tech setup here, so if you try to message us through Zoom during the presentation, you're probably gonna miss that. So just a heads up. Trying to keep my eye on the Zoom message and stuff like that. Oh. Okay, so bit of detail about our lab. So we are located near Toronto in Ontario, at Ontario Tech University. It's around, I think at the moment, 15 members that are researching at our lab. Most of our projects, I think, can be categorized into 2 key themes or category. Our key focus is looking at improving user research methods. And this project, this paper, I think, contributes to that by trying to use expert evaluation as a way to contribute to user research method. And that kind of reflects on one of the books that we contributed to from years ago that called Game User Research that I think many of you are familiar with. The other core focus of our lab is looking at contributing to UX and game design guidelines. So naturally, when we do research on games, we come up with new ideas and new suggestions and things that can make games better. So the kind of a byproduct of doing research is to come up with these guidelines. And we recently published a new book called Game Designer's Playbook that basically summarizes everything we learned from working with games in the last 10, 15 years by analyzing existing games. So that's another book that we recently published. And the third kind of aspect of our lab is focusing on training game designer and user researcher, mostly in partnership with our industry partners. So kind of basically provide a quick summary of our lab. In terms of this paper, as I said, it contributes to
user research methods particularly, and we know that there are many methods out there available for developers and researchers to study games. Our interest is particularly on what we call basically formative evaluation. So we would like to work on games that are still under development, so the research can help the developers to make their game better in the most basically a simple way if you want to put it. So methods that can improve player experience before the games are released. There are, as I said, many methods that we use. For this paper particularly, there are two that we are basically combining. One is the usability playtesting. Again, playtesting probably is an approach that many of us are familiar with. In usability playtesting, again, the intention is to evaluate the game experience and based on basically players' feedback. So we have participants coming to the lab. We ask them to play game prototype, and then while they interact with the game prototype, we observe what they do. We maybe collect some data within the game. We maybe collect some data within, changes in players' responses. And then there is a common approach to maybe interview them or give them a survey to complete. So those are, we combine them into a usability playtest. The challenge with usability playtest is that it's a resource incentive process. So you need to have a space for people to come in to play a game. You need obviously to have relevant equipment. You need to recruit players. You also need to have a game build that's in a state that can be enjoyed and experienced by players. So all those make playtesting kind of a less accessible method. The other approach that is also commonly used is expert evaluation, often through using design guidelines or heuristics. The promise of expert evaluation is that it could be quite fast and less expensive to run because you have expert evaluating game experiences. Therefore, you don't need to recruit players anymore. You don't also need any facilities, any special facilities, and you can conduct this evaluation at various stages in development. So even if you are early on in your development, you can still evaluate the prototype using these experts. The challenge with expert evaluation is that it's very subjective because the expert evaluate these experiences based on their own subjective experience. So sometimes it is harder to convince developer or a stakeholder of the existence of issue when it's come out of expert evaluation. And sometimes the issues that are identified may not exactly reflect how the actual players may experience the game. So while it's a really cool approach, expert evaluation, widely used, it has its own limitations as well. So the promise of this project is if we can combine these two these two methods together through using AI agents. So the idea is we could have AI agents play the game, and then expert can look at the data and then analyze those and use them to augment their own evaluation. So obviously there are advantages if you could achieve such a thing. So if you can have AI agents play the game, obviously you don't need to worry about participant recruitment. That's one of the biggest hassle. You don't need to worry about setting a lab space. But also more importantly, you don't need to wait until you have a close to complete build. So let's say if you want to have players experience the game, your game to be in a certain level of completion. You cannot give players like a very early prototype with like bunch of boxes, like gray boxes, and no audio, no music, and then ask them to play and expect them to interpret what you want to do, and they experience. So, but with AI agents, that's possible. You can just have a box and tell them this is the enemy and this is the tree and whatever, and then they can interact with that field. And obviously the pace and the speed is important. So with AI, you can run these tests in a more rapid test. And we also know that AI is often used to help us kind of accomplish tasks that are more time consuming and difficult for us to achieve. So this project, we started this around 3 years ago or 4 years ago, and it kind of came up from various partnerships we had with India studios where they wanted to do playtesting, but they really didn't have much resources. So from working with them, we thought, what is there a way to support them better? And we started a project, as I said, 3 years ago. One of the other students who actually graduated now, Samantha started this project called Pathos. The intention is to build this free open source Unity-based tool that can be used to run autonomous playtests. So if you search like our publication, there are a number of papers that we published that we analyze this, and the code is also available for free if anyone wants to try it. And that initial tool was called PathOS. The way it works is that developer can basically go into the Unity level. They can select different objects in it. So in the left, you see that we have basically a potion that was selected and then marked as a help or something. So you can do the same with all the objects that's in the level. And then we have basically AI agents that are customizable using heuristics. So it's not based on machine learning or anything complex. We are basically creating this profile and then using kind of existing human factor and psychology research, we map different player behavior based on the number of, for example, we could add to the curiosity of this AI agent. And what that does is that it makes players go and explore all the area. You could add to their achievement, and what it does, it makes them to go and try to collect all the items and aim for a better achievement. Or completion makes them to go and try to end the level as soon as possible. Aggression, for example, makes them to want to engage with more enemies. So basically, you have this customizable profile, and you can also define a range. And then that basically uses, in our algorithm, it basically uses these scales to define how players would interact with different objects in the level. And obviously, what then you could do, you could batch these players and let them, these agents or these AI agents, and let them interact with all the objects in your level, and then collect those data and use the data to analyze and evaluate your game. This was a Pathos project. We have a number of publications on this. If you're interested to check this out, you can also contact us and we can send you this. But one thing we learned from working on Pathos was many user researchers also expressed interest in using the tool to support their evaluation. So we thought, okay, that could be a good tool to support expert evaluation. However, new resources and new features need to be added to the tool to make it a tool that can be used by researchers rather than by developers only. So that's a promise of the Pathos Plus, which is the project I'm presenting today, and that's a project that Attia led. So a couple of new features that we added to make Pathos Plus possible. One is that we built a centralized feature. It's just to make it easier for researchers to access different features. Before, there were some codings involved, so we tried to make it easier by centralizing all the features and then have a UI to make them easy, like provide easy access to them. In the past, when you mark an object as enemy or as a health, potion or whatever, it had a fixed value. So another thing we changed is now each of the items can have a value range. So you could have a weaker enemy, and you can have a medium range enemy, and you have a tougher enemy. So that kind of allow a bit of, kind of balancing the difficulty and things like that in the game, as well as we added new features to complete like the visualization and reporting. So one thing we added that you could you could tag and comment as you work on your evaluation, and then the tool would generate the report for you at the end. So in this image, like you have an enemy like that tag with like number 1, you may want to add a comment and select the tag. You may want to say this enemy is too difficult or too easy, and you could do that and then add that to your report. So to study the tool, we wanted to look at 2 key components. Was to look at to see if this tool can help experts in their evaluation and how much the AI feature can be used. For that, there were a number of different scenarios and study design we considered. Each have their own advantages and disadvantages, obviously. We ended up deciding to go with a kind of a scenario-based evaluation. So what we did, we recruited 8 researchers, 8 user researchers, and we basically gave them a scenario to evaluate, or actually 3 scenarios to evaluate. So those scenarios were in like a levels that we built with some intentional flaws in them, and we wanted to see if they are able to identify those flaws. Again, to build those, there were a number of ways we could do that, but our decision at the end was to look at some famously kind of, let's say, maybe flawed levels in some known games, and then try to replicate them in Unity. So we picked like again three levels, one from Far Cry in 2004, one from Dark Souls in 2011, and Halo in 2001, and then we tried to recreate that particular level that many reviewers and commentators commented on the usability issue in them, and then we wanted to see if the evaluators can identify those using our tool. So just jumping to key result, obviously in the paper we discussed this in detail, and obviously we would be happy, more than happy if you guys check our paper. But the key thing we saw in the result was most of those intended issues were identified by our participants. Some participants commented that the tool that we provided them was the only reason that they could identify those issues. And also some participants highlighted that they could use the data, the simulated data, in order to provide a reasoning on why there is an issue and help them to prioritize that issue when they want to report. One example code I was looking at was, remember they said that they saw players navigated or went through so many different rooms, and that was, they were able to use that as evidence to suggest that the level design might be complicated, or an issue that many players or many AI agents struggle with, and that they use that to prioritize the issue. As we kind of expected, participants, like user researchers, were not necessarily very familiar with development and Unity. Those who were more familiar with Unity highlighted that it was easy for them to use and learn the tool and remember how to use it. Those with less familiarity had harder time to learn the tool. There were a couple of comments that participants mentioned in terms of being kind of used by them or find useful. The batching and the time scale feature, that's basically allowing categorizing those AI agents and then have the group of them run a level. And then the time scale is the feature that allows researchers to go back and see individual agents and what they did, as well as the commenting and tagging feature, which I showed. They were positively commented. One issue that we still observed was although I think we improved the subjectivity of those reports, the user research report, we still saw that there is a certain level of subjectivity exists, and this could be due to the limitation with our experiment design, as in a real world scenario, those researchers are more familiar with those levels or either part of the game team. So in this kind of a hypothetical scenario that we give them, they still needed to be more familiar with the level, and their engagement with those games or those levels we provided them was only a few days, rather than longer engagement that usually is the case in legal scenarios. So we believe the subjectivity could be improved. Same as the original tool, PathOS Plus is also free open source. So if you think this could be useful for your work or you want to build on it, we have a GitHub library with all the code and all the basically documents that we created for the tool. Welcome to use it. And to kind of summarize, there are a couple of, again, like probably a contribution or positive, ways or reasons that we could use AI for expert evaluation. So first of all, like having a structured framework or software to conduct this expert evaluation usually improve the quality of them as well as the efficiency. The thing that I need to highlight and emphasize is that the intention is not to replace this with what we do with human participants. But the intention is to allow developers and support them in their iterative process. So as I said, potentially earlier in development process where there is still lots of kind of content to be added or things to be improved in the build, evaluations such as this could be quite useful because, as I said, it could be quite fast and it doesn't need a complete build. So that would mean that developer can run this evaluation multiple times and try to identify the initial issues and have the better build ready for testing with real users. And then we still think that using this simulated data from AI playtesting can be a way to reduce the subjectivity of expert evaluation while still retain the benefit of expert evaluation, which is the ease of use of it. Oh, thank you so much. I didn't look at the time, so I hope.
Perfect time.
Yeah,
absolutely perfect time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any questions from the audience?
Hi, thank you for the talk. I was wondering how flexible are the agents in your framework? Like, they learn actions that are specific to certain kinds of games. Wondering about flexibility.
Yeah, I'm gonna repeat the questions for online participants. So the question is, how flexible is the tool, particularly if it can be applied to other type of games and things like that. So I should highlight. So the games the levels we build and the games that we use to evaluate, we picked them particularly because we could use the tools on them. Our intention here is to as many of the academic research is to prove the possibility that such a thing exists and it's able to be used. We know that some studios use our code and then adopted it for their own game. So it's what we created is not like an off-the-shelf code that you download and it works on your game. There is a level of adaptation needed. And obviously it's not going to work on, like at the moment what we have is looking at games that have a level, basically like a navigation-based type of game. So that's where that's a type of game that we use to prove that this tool could be useful. We haven't looked at how we may apply this to other genres or other types.
Thank you.
So look also, is there a question coming from the chat? Doesn't seem like it. Any other question in the room? If not, I have a question for sure. I'm just going to say it loud enough the chat can hear it. One of my questions would be, if you make this kind of tool within Unity, Unity has a tendency to develop quite fast. To what extent is it possible for you in your upcoming time when you're working on this? So how much of your research time is part of maintaining what still works?
Yeah, so it's a very good question. We actually presented the tool, Unity-based tool, back in FDG 2017, which is another kind of a playtesting tool, not using AI. And I was actually sending it to someone a couple of weeks ago, and as you said, it's not working because many things have changed since 2017. With this project, I think we are still going to maintain this tool for the next at least 2 years because now that we've built this, we are continuing this research. So our current project, Atia, the lead researcher on this project, has also graduated. She's now works for Ubisoft from now. The current researcher, so Stevie now, is doing her master's on this project, and her focus is to use this tool to identify kind of accessibility issue related to kind of motor impairment. So if there is like a combination of buttons, for example, that are difficult or could be difficult to perform, and we know that there are loads of benefit to such tools as well. So because of that, and I think she's on her second year, so kind of finishing her first year. So at least for another year, we're going to maintain the tool, and then she's researching on that. We have other ideas that we are looking for actually post master, PhD, or postdoc to be part of a lab. Depending on if that happens, we're gonna, I think, keep these two running for now. But at least for one more year, it should be out there and working fine. So better be fast now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. So our next presenter is already here. Do you want to manage the accepting people yourself?
Question.
Yeah.
If I don't need the mic, can I stand and speak? Or
You can
is
also
it-
stand and speak,
If
yes.
I just don't use the mic, I'm loud enough.
Is it okay for everyone in the room to just kind of maybe also come more into the front if you want to make sure to hear our speaker properly, so we can just talk into the room normally? Yeah, that might be.
I think the Zoom mic should still pick me up.
This is the Zoom mic.
Yeah, so this one will still pick me up.
Yes.
I hope so. And I'll try and handle the presentation myself on this. Progress board at the same time.
It's this one here, right?
No. Yes.
Oh, no. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, good question. Would you like to take it from the slides like this, or?
No, I have some animation.
We can do it with this one as well.
I can try and fix this.
Over here it
Just
works,
over
and in Zoom people will be able to see the presenter notes.
Is that fine? All right. Hello. I hope everyone can hear me. Hope everyone's having a nice day. I'm going to talk to you about creating a character backstory generation system by working backwards from idealized creative writing outputs. I'm Vibij. I'm a games R&D fellow from InGame, and I have a background in games programming and design and AI and procedural generation. My colleague on this project was Linda Clark, who is now at University of Edinburgh. She's a writing specialist and games writing specialist. So just to start off, this project was a collaborative R&D project between InGame and a small indie game studio called Evo. It was designed as a quick, agile exploration, proof of concept project, and we focused on generating character backstories for a pirate-themed fantasy RPG. I'll start by showing you what the generator looks like. Does that work if it opens it? That's to the stream?
It will, yes.
Shoot. Do you want me to full screen that?
Just gonna put the.
There's no sound.
Oh, there's no sound.
Okay. So, right. So as you can see, the simulation starts with a procedurally generated map. The blue is for water. The green are islands. The gray is starting settlements on those islands. You'll start to see these lines, which are villagers going off on voyages to discover new lands. Red is basically depicting those new settlements that they've set up. So I let the simulation run for a while, and on the top left, when I pause, you'll see there's some text here that basically says 300 years have passed. There's a bunch of settlements, 10 or 15, and sometimes some settlements will also just die off, and some other events and information over there. But what I'll do is I'll filter through the stories to find specifically stories of healers' occupation, characters with the healer occupation. Then I can view all the characters that match that filter, and I'll click on the top one to view its detailed log. I switched to the editor view here just to see that, but I can also just click on the export to CSV button to export out all the characters log to a text file to make it easier to view and edit. Some other things that I could do here is filter through the stories with some other tools. So I can filter based on other occupations, certain stats like health, good, evil, comfort, wanderlust, the amount of times they traveled, or the number of goals they finished in their lives. The character logs will include major events that happen in their lives, stuff like social events, marriage, having kids, all the conflicts they went through, job changes, and it finally ends with their death. I'll show you some sample outputs at the end of the presentation. Which one's the slideshow? So I want to talk briefly about AI versus algorithmic generation. So the approach we took here was more algorithmic generation rather than AI. AI-based solutions will generally be more about generating text, algorithmic generation more about generating narrative. AI tends to have a low focus on narrative design and narrative coherence, while algorithmic generation will have a higher focus on narrative design and narrative coherence. AI can sometimes be less dependent on writer authorship, and algorithmic generation can require more writer authorship. But I would mention that any system will need an amount of writer authorship because just in the case of AI, it might be in the form of thousands of existing texts that are used as data to train the AI. And another consideration I'll mention here is that a system can be, sorry, okay. Yeah, a system can be plot-driven or top-down, or it can be character-driven or bottom-up. The principles that guided our solution mainly are, we took a simulation-based approach. It's a writer-driven mixed initiative tool, which means that it's a tool designed for human and computer collaboration. It's character-driven and bottom-up generation. We wanted it to be at least generalizable to an extent. So the idea was that we wanted to be sure that a writer could maybe change the whole genre of the story without having to create new code or write any new code, and just be able to do that through their own inputs. And we explored this idea of generating story arcs through conflicts, and I'll explain this more as I go on. We liked Jonathan Lassalle's approach to author-friendly tools, and we took the same sort of approach. And there's some aspect of basic story sifting or curation. Briefly, some influential works for us were Dwarf Fortress, Wildermyth, Sid Meier's Pirates, and James Ryan's work, including Islanders. So idealized outputs were a key part of our approach. So basically, this means that the writer on our project wrote some idealized outputs and then marked them up so that we could more easily reverse engineer them to basically inform the kind of simulation we need that would be able to produce text like that. I'll show you an example. You don't have to read the whole thing. I'll just read out a part of it to you. Clara grows up on the docks of a tiny fishing village. So this implies that the location that she lives is important. Her father works on fishing boats. Her mother is taken ill. This implies that the character has knowledge of her parents. Money is tight. This is an expression of a state of that character. She's sent to the large port up the coast to work as a fish cutter. So there are occupations. So just like that, there was a bit more to it, some other elements that we marked up, but that's the basic idea. So next, I want to try and break down the simulation design for you. It's a bit complex, so try and stay with me. It goes in a year-by-year loop. The key components of the simulation are towns and ships. Each town and ship will have a list of characters that are currently living on that town or ship, and these characters are the most detailed and most important parts of the simulation. So characters have stats. These stats lead to them taking on certain goals. Based on these goals, they'll take certain actions, and these actions will have outcomes. Then these outcomes feed back to the stats. Excuse the weird line there. And that's the basic loop that happens for each character. But another system we explored was the conflict system. So that basically means that we wanted to try and have the characters develop interesting stories by throwing major disruptions in their lives, which can completely alter their fates. So the way this is represented, characters also have relationships, and they can be affected by town events and conflicts. So these will either directly affect the stats, or in some cases, they'll actually cause them to completely abandon their goals and take on a new goal. And I want to mention that the character stats that are most important are desperation, ambition, wanderlust, romance, comfort, bravery, health, evil, and good. These are the main stats that inform the goals and decisions that these characters make. I want to talk a bit more about these actions, goals, and conflicts, and I'll explain a bit more about them. Yeah. So there are a bunch of actions that characters can take, starting with social interactions. So characters will try and meet up with new characters on their island when possible. When they like someone, they'll try and give them gifts. Those gifts can be received positively or negatively. Characters will have marriage and they'll have kids. They have certain goals, and these goals are basically travel, family, piracy, or changing occupations. And finally, goal interruptions, part of the conflict system. And I'll show you some examples of what those conflicts look like now. So if you look at this second one here, one example of a conflict is that a love interest, a character may find that their love interest has another suitor. So if this character has low desperation, they might just move on with their lives. But if they have high desperation, they're more likely to challenge that other suitor to a duel, and then one of them ends up dying. Another thing that could happen is they could be a victim of a famine or monster attack in town, in which case they maybe lose all their money, lose their house, something like that, and they'll become more desperate, they might become sick, and in that case, they're more likely to turn towards piracy or maybe leave the town. Another thing is that they might be attracted to another town because of a gold rush happening. So character logs were also really important to our simulation because that's the form that the final output from the system takes. So what kind of design decisions that we have to make here? First of all, what should be included? The answer is key events. What should be omitted? So this for us meant omitting repetitive and basic actions. So through trial and error, we found that there are a lot of basic actions that need to take place so that the more complicated actions can happen. But that just clutters up the log too much and doesn't make for good storytelling or reading. So we ended up removing those. Another thing is, how do we keep things interesting in these logs? The first is the conflict system, as I described before. Another is that we allow for variations of authored text, and I'll talk more about how the authored text works next. But basically, whenever an action happens, there can be variants of what the log will say about that action, and that's chosen randomly by the simulation. And finally, how do we find interesting stories? That's through filters that allow for some curation or sifting through stories. So a little bit about tool design for this project. Just a second. Yeah, so the first thing we did was visualize the map. This is done through noise generation to populate a 2D grid, and that grid is then visualized on a texture. This is really useful for being able to see exactly what's happening in the simulation and debug any problems that happen. So you can see those islands, and you can also see normal and pirate voyages. So it makes it easier to see if things are working as expected. I actually use graph search to find these landmasses and register them as something that a character could travel to and turn into a town. It doesn't work perfectly, but it worked well for the limited amount of time that we had. There might be a better solution for that. Key component of our system is CSVs. So CSVs are great for offering writer and designer-friendly ways of adding and editing authored content to your system or your game. This is an example of what a CSV looks like for us. The first column is the name of an action, and the second is the output text that is read and used for when that action happens. The output text includes some variables, X, Y, Z, and those are replaced in the code with things like character names, occupation names, town names, stuff like that. We also had a ton of CSVs, so we tried to organize them a bit by dividing them into occupations, events, characters, actions, things like that. And a little bit more about CSVs. It was really important to be able to manage all this data in code and be able to access it and not sacrifice code readability. So to be able to do that, in practice, this means having descriptive variable names, using enums for accessing the right strings, reading all the CSVs at the start, so file access is only needed once, and organizing all the data in the text manager class, including helper functions for accessing data. And this was really good for making sure that that data was available wherever it was needed in the simulation code, and that, again, you will have good readability and will be able to track bugs. I later actually turned this into an editor tool for Unity. And what this tool will do is it will find, you can specify a folder, and it will actually generate code for you that will at runtime read all the CSVs from that folder and give you access to them in appropriately named variables. I think the Unity crowd likes one-click solutions that keeps them from writing code, so I think that should be useful. The generated code looks a bit like this. And another useful takeaway from this is do not try to use Unity's UI toolkit. It is terrible and really difficult to use. Some more tips for architecting a system like this. Yeah, use object-oriented programming. I have a base entity class and derived character, ship, and town classes. Use event-based programming. One thing is remove magic numbers from your code for more fine-tuned designer control. This basically means you shouldn't have floats floating around your code for things like modifying certain values, modifying speed, probabilities. So you want to try and store all those numbers in variables so that you have easy designer access to that. An example of a problem this solves is that we found at the end that our characters were turning way too much towards the monster hunter occupation because that just paid them too much money, despite having things in the code that tried to resolve that problem. So it's really important to try and balance your game basically. Code reuse is great. I made an inventory class to keep track of items and affinities as they were used in town and character classes. Enums are great for accessing the right strings without sacrificing readability. And use the behavior tree for the main actions. And I like to mention that it's really important to try and architect the main simulation code. I could have done a better job at this as I ended up with like 1,000-line code file. And yeah, it's really good. It's really good practice to design that well, otherwise you can't track bugs. I'll show you some example output now. These are just snippets from character logs that I found interesting. Etienne gives up on their own dreams in order to focus on Zestra. This happens when they find that a close person to them is dying. The town of Shadowgrad has 5 new soldiers to defend them, and right then a Harpy mounts an attack. 7 soldiers and 35 monster hunters battle the creature. But in this battle, their friend, Corarin, succumbed to the critical injuries they got from being a soldier. Zestra mourns the loss of their close friend, but as a turn 36, Zestra enlists in Shadowgrad to start their new life as a soldier, maybe to continue the work that their friend did. Another example snippet is Ilara is penniless. They grow tired of this place, gives up on ever having their ideal family. I like how this is said. As they turn 16, Ilara tires of their job as a tailor and finds a new vocation as a monster hunter due to their passion for Kraken. And then Ilara is desperate, and eventually Ilara turns to piracy. They join a pirate raid. And I've seen another example that I couldn't find right now. Character was a farmer and was doing poorly, suffering, and they turned to piracy. But then they found that they were in even worse pirates, so they eventually gave up and went back to being a farmer, which is nice. And similarly, there was a story about a character that wanted to turn to piracy, but would always give up on that because the loved one was dying. So they chose to keep trying to save the loved one. So some ideas for future work, definitely analyzing and improving the system. There's a lot of things here that are working together. Problem is that anytime we wanted to see some new form of output, we ended up adding more variables, more goals, and lost track of how everything works together. So we have unintended side effects to how things are working. So definitely given more time, we'd map out exactly how the system works, how all these pieces interact with each other, and we'd have more reliable outputs. Family and relationships, there's no system level knowledge of family trees, generations, cultures, dynasties, and all of this would definitely help make a more interesting simulation and interesting stories. James Ryan talks about curation, and it's basically, that means that you should have a system that filters through all your stories to try and find interesting ones to tell. And this can be done through things like a system that observes and tells stories. So if the system is able to keep track of something like a character that fell in love 10 times but was rejected each time and then finally found love, that's an interesting story to take out and try and show to users. This system has no gameplay. There's no way for a player to interact with it. I think of something like Shadow War's Nemesis system. What's really great is that's a narrative generation system, but it allows the player to directly interact with it, and that makes for really good stories, even if it's not a really complex AI system or something. And speaking of AI, finally, I spoke before about how text generation lacks narrative coherence. So an opportunity here is that this system has narrative coherence, so you can take the outputs from this, use it as input for text generation AI. So basically the events could be described by the text generation AI, and maybe that way you can get the best of both worlds. And that's it. Thank you. And I hope you found that interesting.
Thank you. We have time for 1 or 2 questions in the audience.
Yeah, and I can show a couple things here. Yeah, there's some more information about the simulation design if anyone's interested. So you can see that if you find my sites. Yeah.
Any questions in the room?
It's not quite a broad question, but how did you decide on what kind of entities to simulate as part of this? Say, for example,
characteristics you can have pertaining to
Right, should I repeat the question?
Yes, please.
So the question was, how did I decide on things like what kind of entities should be there and what kind of stats those entities should have? So I have, I guess, two things that help with that. One is just the methodology of working backwards. Because we started with those idealized outputs, we analyzed them to try and understand if we want at least this kind of output, then what kind of stuff do we need in the simulation? The other thing is that looking at the literature, James Ryan has some really interesting work. Jonathan Lassard actually talked about a similar project yesterday. So there's a lot of useful information in the work of both of those people, and that really helps a lot. So some of those ideas were from there. Yeah, and I think one mistake there, like I said, was just adding more and more stats if I needed more outcomes. So that system could be better. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, then we put it to after the into the coffee break. Thank you very much. And our third presenter for today is hopefully online.
Yeah, hello.
Hi, give me 1 second. Yep, there we go out. Where is it? Oh, okay. Check. Hi. Are you able to share your screen already? Is it already shared? I'm somewhat confused because I can't see it.
I think I'm sharing it now.
Okay. There we go. Yes, okay. We're seeing at the moment black screen, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That is
Okay,
correct.
now it should be title slide, I think.
Okay, take it away.
Okay, hi, thanks. So yeah, I'm Seth, and I'm presenting work that was mostly done by China, but unfortunately she was not able to make it. So she made a video which I will play, and okay. So hopefully it works with the audio and video sharing.
Hello everyone, my name is China, and I will be presenting the effects of adaptive procedural levels on engagement and performance in an educational programming game. The motivation for our research is around three main topics. Adaptivity. Adaptive learning and dynamic handling of difficulty have shown success in intelligent tutoring systems and adaptive hypermedia, but it is still not widely used in educational framework. Practice have also been shown to improve learning, such as speed of performance in cognitive, perceptual, and motor skills, especially under the optimal conditions. Finally, procedural level generation has been successfully used in commercial games to increase playability or reduce development costs, but it has not been used much for education. In fact, adaptivity in educational games is often limited to difficulty adjustments and warnings. Further, there are not enough user studies of procedurally generated levels in general, and particularly adaptive ones. Finally, we chose our generated levels to help practice debugging because first, it was one of the areas beginners struggled with the most, and second, existing debugging tools generate problems dynamically that do not adapt to individual learners or adapted to learners implicitly according to problem attempted using a fixed set of problems. In this paper, we conducted a study of two versions of the programming game, adaptive versus non-adaptive. Our adaptivity was introduced in terms of procedurally generated levels at runtime and between predefined levels. These levels were generated to target specific error messages that the players encounter to allow them to practice debugging in an easier environment. Our research question is, can targeted debugging practice levels result in stronger engagement, more levels played, and better debugging performance? And we have three hypotheses. First, players in the adapted version would show better performance, having less errors, better response to errors, and more levels of data. Second, after encountering the practice levels, players would have less errors. Finally, players in the adapted version would report stronger engagement. For this study, we use Mixture, a 3D narrative puzzle game where players are tasked to help the main character navigate the broken game world. The game world is made of code, and now that the code is broken, and players need to program their way through to progress and discover the mysteries behind this world. Players alternate between exploration and puzzle solving. In the exploration phase, players can talk to NPCs, discover secret rooms, collect keys and crystals, etc. In the programming, players need to either write code from scratch, provide correct input to a code or interact with the environment, or complete a partial code in order to progress. To generate our practice levels, we engage in a 5-step process. First, we generate 2 sets of codes, one for practice and one to create an example. Then we insert the same error in each of them. From there, we use the practice code to generate a level that can be solved only with that practice code. And we use the example codes and the wrong example code to create a debugging example on how to solve or debug that specific error. And finally, we integrate all these to generate a complete playable level. For our code generation, we use system methodologies such as context-free grammar and template to generate our code. We wanted to keep this generation simple, since even if we generate complicated codes, we will not be able to generate playable levels for it. To insert errors in the code, we analyze previous data to infer how the most common errors in the game were inserted, and we created templates that follow these rules. For example, some errors were introduced in many different ways, while others would be introduced in only one specific way. And here's an example of how we create our debugging example. We have the error on top, and we use the wrong codes and an error to the correct code. For the level generation, we take our practice code and pass it on to the level generator that we previously developed, which outputs the fully playable level. Finally, we combine all these steps to build the interface of the practice level with the example on the bottom and the practice code on the right. And this is how a generated level will look like in the game. And it works as the other levels of the game where players could input code on the right and see what the code does in the left side, on the left side of the screen. One of the main challenges was to decide when and how do we want to integrate these levels. There is a lot of research on the importance of connectivity and how it can improve learning, but as discussed earlier, there is not enough application. And methodologies or best practices on how to integrate an adaptive level do not exist. To decide on when practice levels should be introduced, we turn to previously collected data. Notice that most of our players using the first 10 levels of the game. We also noticed a lot of variation in the number of errors per player and per player. And players to a median of 5 errors before quitting with a standard deviation of 7. So we decided to introduce the connectivity between level 2 and level 15, since that's where most of our players quit. We tried at first to introduce it in the first level, but they created more confusion for players. The first time the practice level was introduced, after 3 errors with at least one code-related error, we emphasized code-related errors, and players can also make puzzle errors where their code runs properly but does not solve the puzzle. After that first time, the levels are generated randomly after between 3 and 5 errors to introduce some variables. For the how, we wanted to keep in the storyline of the game, in which the game world is made of code and the code is breaking, so creating the glitchy effect after which the character is transported to the practice level. In the practice level, the oracle, which is the main companion and the main guide player, will read them and explain that she needs help with fixing the code. Since we want players to practice more easy setting, we also limited the code generation to only one object and one command, so that in the practice level, focus is on the error and on puzzle solving. For our user study, we conducted a study with Amazon and workers, where in the first previous surveys we collect some demographic data. The place for at least 30 minutes, but we played more if they wanted to, and not to the post-game survey. For our data analysis, we excluded any player who made less than 2 code submissions. So we ended up with 94 Amazon mechanical purpose, 49 were adaptive, 45 were not adaptive. Most of our players were male, and average age was 35 years old. For the programming experience, many have answered that they have higher professional expertise, but that did not translate to number data. For our first hypothesis, we looked at in-game collected data, and we did not see any difference between the two versions. Looking at levels of central average error, average code errors, and transplants. But we noticed from our data that many players in the adaptive version did not actually encounter any practice level. So we filtered our data to select players that had at least 3 errors in one level, one of which should be a code-related error. This would correspond to players in the adaptive version who have gotten at least 1 practice level, and players in the non-adaptive version who would have gotten a practice level if they were in the adaptive version. In this case, we found a significant difference between the levels of centered average errors and average code-related errors, where players in the adaptive version performed better than in the non-adaptive version. To look at how players respond to their error messages, we used formulas inspired by Marsorio's work, where percentage of value represents how badly players respond to error messages, and percentage of fixed how well they do. For these, we did not see any significant difference in the filtered or unfiltered data. For hypothesis 2, we only looked at players with the version and checked their performance before and after encountering a practice level. There was no difference of this, but players seemed to be doing worse in terms of percentage of levels. This could also be explained by the game getting more difficult as the players progress, which made them encounter trickier errors. And with more data, it would be nice to see the progress for a specific error. For our third hypothesis, we looked into the post-game data, where we asked players 5 questions. Did you like the game? Would you like to play more of the game? How difficult was the game for you? Do you feel that the game provides enough help? Do you think this game can be an effective way to learn programming? Players in both versions liked the game and wanted to play more, but surprisingly, players in the non-adaptive version answered favorably to the game, especially in terms of help and teaching effectiveness, which is the opposite of our hypothesis. To better understand these answers, we looked at the open-ended questions from our post-game survey. In response to the question, what did you like the most about the game, players in the non-adaptive version had many reasons, but themes that came often were programming, coding, and learning. In the adaptive version, this is even more prominent, where players really like programming and puzzles the most. When asked what did you dislike the most about the game, most of the answers were still positive, but players in the non-adaptive version had varied reasons like instructions, repetitiveness, music, etc. However, in the adaptive version, while the most common answer is nothing, there is a clear ask for more instructions and demands. So we have on our hypothesis, because we see that our first hypothesis holds where where players in the adaptive versions compete with more levels and have less errors. However, for hypothesis 2, we could not see major differences. And for hypothesis 3, we actually saw a bit of the opposite, where players served or rated the game better in the adaptive version. Summarize our findings. Players in the adaptive version have shown better game performance, however they perceive the game as helpful and less successful as teaching programming. Players in both versions have liked the game and really liked it for its programming and its educational aspects, especially in the adaptive version. However, players in the adaptive version asked for more instructions, help, and hints. This can be due to the fact that the transition between pre-designed levels and adaptive levels may have been too abrupt. Also, procedurally generated characters, even if playable, are not handcrafted in the way that human design levels are, which may have introduced more confusion. In fact, in the human design levels, the lighting and the layout of the prompts is made so that the eye of the player is directed towards the goal, and they can easily identify what they need to do in the level, which may not have been always the case in the procedurally generated ones. For future work, we would like to do more studies on different ways to integrate the levels in games. This may be more sophisticated player model for adaptivity, vary the time of integration and study the effects of different timings, or vary the way the levels are integrated and maybe take into account players' preferences for that, and also test with the different populations, especially beginner programmers, especially in middle school and high school. We would also like to face the learning games with the different versions of the pre and post development test. And with that, I would like to thank everyone. I'm sorry I couldn't be there, but I will take questions from you. Thank you. And if you have any more questions, please feel free to email me. Thank you again.
Seth, also thank you for arranging it. And I guess if any questions are here in the room right now, I think we can either read them out, or maybe another good idea would be maybe to transport them into the Discord so that the conversation can continue there more direct with people one-to-one, if that's okay. Unless there's a question right now. I think let's put it into Discord. Thank you so much for being here. And this concludes the session for right now. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks so much for your help.
For a little help it was.
Yeah, no, it was good.
But technology, man. I guess you were at the presentation of the, probably you know the name actually, the person who did this. I think I just saw it on the list. It was flashes. It seems like it's going in your direction. It's not quite the same, but it's something that's probably useful to chat about. We kind of felt like this was kind of integrate well with each other. Because this was more like, really there's some overlap, of course, because like, I think he focused mostly on the story part, and not so much on the geographical idea. But yeah, I think it's probably interesting to some of the find.
There's also in PCG workshop Alberto about generating sort of narrative structures. So it's going to be like those are the structures and objects. So combining structures with text.
How much of it is, because it's one thing I asked the guy before as well. How long do you plan to support the, I mean, currently you're working on it, right?
No, not really. So if the starting is, it's the same as all my projects. collaborate with some rolling velocity. Like really no, I mean, I like the big line. And also because it's just in that state, they actually have a bunch of bugs. Right, I got used to live. Right. So it needs some more work to make it live. So it's really good. There's a crash that just happened. I haven't been able to find it.
It was very clear back then, and I feel like I didn't change it. It's like, it was a lot of work to do. That'll get you some hard topic. I think it's really needs to be careful first. Find different solutions. Yeah, how we
failure.
Recording stopped.